Okay, looks like we're all set.
Yep, we're all set now.
Right, so we're gonna convene this meeting of the Education Committee. And we're gonna go right into recess for a couple of minutes because we have people still caucusing. And so we'll get right back to the meeting, hopefully in the next 15 minutes. So we're going into recess. Thank you.
Bobby, this is Henry.
Hey, Henry.
Are you saying we're going to be in caucus?
No, we had caucus last night. The
Right.
Republicans are still caucusing.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, Bobby. Bobby, you want us to gather in and then we can recess?
We already did, Senator.
Oh, okay. So we're waiting because the Republicans are caucusing, correct?
Exactly, that's correct.
Okay. So you're gonna get back to me and let me know when we're coming back.
Exactly.
Well, I'm sorry, I lost contract and I got off and I got back on. I didn't know we had the conversation. Okay. All right.
library who was retiring. He
Kenny. Hello, Ken?
Yes.
Henry, can you please mute?
I'm just trying to find out if we're back yet.
No, we're not back yet.
Okay.
Hey, Ken, are you on the call?
Yes, I'm here.
Hey, it's Representative Callahan. I'm kind of bouncing between meetings and the governor's in my district, so I'm kind of following him around too. What are we delayed by caucus still?
Well, I just sent out an email that we're going to get going at 12 o'clock.
Okay, I'm in Danbury with the governor. I'll just log on as soon as I can. Hopefully you'll count me in attendance.
Okay,
All right, so I'll be back and forth. Thanks, Ken.
you're welcome.
See ya.
Bye.
But you have some like a similar, right? I think it's the first time.
Ken, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Is Bobby on? I know
he's
he got
got-
something.
I'm here, Doug. Well, we're
Okay.
gonna start in a few minutes.
Okay, cool. Just let me know. Let me finish eating my food.
Senator McCrory, you're not on mute.
Is that a bad thing?
I think we can hear you chewing.
I'm that loud.
I don't know. I was hearing something. I'm trying to look out for my fellow colleague in the Senate.
Wow. All right.
Well,
Now you're gonna see me. You're gonna hear
we're
me and
also
see me.
online.
How about that?
Senators, we are on live. We're live on YouTube, just to give you a heads up.
Thank you.
That's a good thing. Hands up. Mm.
Senator McQuarrie,
Yes, sir.
ready?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We're going to reconvene this meeting of the Education Committee meeting. Today, Friday, March 25th, 2002. We have about, I think we have 17 bills on the agenda plus one that was referred from Children's. So I know people are going to have many questions. And so we have our but I know we'll have some questions. Senator McQuarrie, do you have any words?
Oh yeah, very quickly. Again, can have everyone good. I should say good afternoon now. Hopefully, we are planning to make sure this is our final JF day. If we don't get everything done, we still have Monday held, but I think we should be able to get these 17 bills done today. I am excited and ready to listen to the concerns that all my colleagues have concerning these bills. I will ask everyone to be factual and informative when they make their comments about these bills. If there's anything that was misunderstood or you have to go to LCO for explanation, Chris, be prepared, John, and anyone else be prepared to explain the facts on these pieces of legislation. So with that being said, I'll pass the mic over to my ranking members.
Representative McCarty?
Yes, good morning, Chairman, and thank you all very much. We have quite a comprehensive list in front of us today, and so I'm looking forward to working with everyone as we work our way through these proposals this morning or this afternoon, and just would like to thank the chairs for the opportunity for us to all be here. Thank you, and it's wonderful, Chairman Sanchez, to see you in person. Thank you.
Likewise. Senator Berthel.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, committee members, and good afternoon to the staff that are so helpful to us at this juncture. We do have a lot of bills Senator McQuarrie spoke to, and I would just remind everyone that in addition to what my esteemed colleague spoke to, my Senate chair, there will be some debate today, I think, and some questions, and just so we don't have to say it each time, a no vote on a bill does not necessarily mean that a member of this committee does not agree with the philosophy or the intended purpose. It may just be a question regarding cost or application of the bill. So with that, Mr. Chair, I will stop talking and let's get to work.
Thank you, Senator Berthel. So we'll go down to section 3, bills for review. HB number 5465, JF to the floor. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Moved
Second.
by Senator McQuarrie and second by Representative McCarty. Do we have questions? Representative McCarty.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just to open up, not so many questions. The bill has quite a few sections in it, so I'm sure as we go through it, we will ask more questions. But before I even begin that, I would just like to state that I know that our early childcare industry is in crisis. We've all said that, and I know Representative Sanchez, you've been a leader on this for many years. We have to do something. Our early child care centers need help with retaining workforce. They need help with filling slots. They need help with compensation. And I think this bill, while we don't have the fiscal note on the bill as of yet, it will go and hopefully we'll come back so that we'll have greater information about the costs. But I think it sends a message out that we need to work all together to look at what we can do to help our childcare industry. I know that the Office of Early Childhood has also been very flexible and giving us opportunities to work on the proposal. I do believe there are some enhancement programs in this proposal, some educator loan forgiveness grant opportunities, looking at school readiness. And I think, and if we have said this on numerous occasions, that we heard during the public testimony from our providers just how much they need to have their salaries looked at, because many of these providers can work and have more salary enhancement by other jobs. So you've been pushing for this for a long time. I want to support this bill with the proviso that we will have to look at how we will get through with the fiscal note. But I do think it's important. One comment that I would like to make is that our infant toddler sections, particularly those slots, have to be filled. So really not getting into detail about each section of the bill, but just making the comment that I know we have a serious issue in front of us and that we have to be committed to trying to find answers for our early child care. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. And you're absolutely correct. We need to look at the infant toddler care in the state of Connecticut. I have heard from many advocates that there are close to 50,000, infants and toddlers that need infant toddler care in the state of Connecticut. That's a lot. So we really have to focus on the infant toddler care in the state of Connecticut. And we sent this to the floor so that we can have more time to look at every piece, every section of this bill. And then it will eventually go into the hands of the Appropriations Committee, and then hopefully come back to us on the floor. But everything's going to be negotiated because we need to find out exactly what the total cost will be. But we have to do something. There is a crisis in the state of Connecticut when it comes to childcare and providing services, and also retaining and recruiting teachers. It's something that I have discussed many times before. And almost every year, I think that I've been up here, I tried to get a compensation schedule submitted and through the House and the Senate. So this year, it's come to a point where the crisis is just at a point where if we do not do anything this year, we will see many doors closing, and that is going to also affect the workforce in the state of Connecticut because parents need to have childcare in order to get to work. So thank you for your comments, Representative McCarty. Senator Berthel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would actually associate my remarks with both your comments, Mr. Chair, and that of my ranking member. The concern that I have, though, and you actually just spoke, Mr. Chair, to that very eloquently, is that I think that for myself and some of the other members of the committee, there is a concern with respect to cost, and we are looking at a number of bills today that we do not necessarily have a clear understanding on the cost. And as I said a moment ago in the opening remarks, I think that, at least for me, I can't speak for anyone else, I think it's a more responsible reaction for me today to flag this bill. I agree that we have a crisis, but I also know that as a legislator, we also need to do things with fiscal responsibility. So when the bill does come back to us, which I'm certain that it will, and I have an understanding of what the impact will be to the taxpayers, and also understanding truly how wonderful some of these programs would be to address this problem, that I would be more inclined to support the bill at that point in time. But today I'm concerned about the cost, and I know we have to do something. I fully agree with that, and I respect that. And we all have providers of these services throughout all of our districts. But I don't think that, at least for me, I think it's irresponsible to just move something forward without having an opportunity to understand truly what the cost would be. So I just want to be clear on that. I think I might find myself repeating some of these same words as we move through the meeting today, Mr. Chair. But thank you. You and Representative McCarty were very eloquent with respect to the need, and I fully respect that. And if money were no object, I think we could say this meeting would be over in 3 minutes. We could just say yes to everything and move on. But we have to be fiscally responsible and make sure that we're doing the right thing with the money that we're going to be asking taxpayers and others to contribute to this. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate a couple of minutes to provide my insight on that.
Thank you, Senator Berthel. And I think this is why with the bill going to the floor, we are going to have to look very carefully at what the total cost will be. And I'm pretty sure we're not going to be able to get everything we want from this particular legislation, but there is a need, and we have to really look at how we can stop the bleeding, so to speak. Thank you for your words.
Thank you, Mr.
Representative
Chair.
Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a question and then a comment. My first question is the 60-40 piece of legislation in this bill, or has it been removed?
I believe.
Because I was having difficulty finding it.
Are you referring to section 8 through 10 about the Care for Kids subsidy?
Yeah, where we have the availability to switch the slots to move it to a 60-40. It was a conversation that you and I have had with the commissioner over the last several years.
I think this raises the limit to 75%.
Okay.
Okay, is that what you're referring to?
It is. I didn't see it. I just wanted to double check. And if it is not in there the way that we need to have it in there, I would hope that we can work together to amend that on the floor as we see that moving forward to ensure that our caregivers have what they've been asking for a few years.
Yes.
Thank you. And then
I agree with you.
Thank you. And then my statement is this. I'm going to quote our favorite legislator who is retiring this year, and that would be Representative Abercrombie. And she often says, stay in our lane. And I believe that as we're looking at the Education Committee, we have a responsibility to develop policy and push that forward, and then let the next group of folks dissect how we handle what we're trying to get done. And for me, good policy is ensuring that our early care providers know very clearly that we have their back, and that they have been underpaid for very, very long, far too long. And when you can talk to early care providers that have been working for 25, 30, 35 years that are still making under $20 an hour because the facility just doesn't have the means to pay them. That is unconscionable. They are molding the minds of our youngest residents in the state of Connecticut. And they also didn't take time off during the pandemic. They went to work so we could go to work. So I'm really hoping that regardless of what we might see a fiscal note be, that we let the appropriations committee navigate through that. That is their lane. And our lane is to ensure that we develop good policy and we suggest good things coming out of this committee. So I'm just hoping that everyone supports our early child care providers, because at the end of the day, they're supporting us so we can do what we do. And thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Champagne.
Thank you so much. I have an issue with I believe that we do need more early childhood educators. We're short across the state, but JFing this to the floor instead of right to appropriations is where I have an issue. The fiscal note on this is huge. We just literally sat around and reduced some taxes in the Senate and in the House in the past 2 weeks because taxes are too high, inflation's too high. Yet we're sending something on to the floor instead of to the appropriations, and it's got a very large fiscal note attached to it. So today I'm going to vote against it for that reason. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And as I said earlier, the reason we're sending it to the floor is so that we can have more time to go over this bill with the approps chairs and with other advocates to see what, moving forward, how much we can actually spend. But because we really, really have to do something in regards to retaining and recruiting our teachers in the early childhood industry. But I understand your point, and thank you for your comments. Representative Johnson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank everyone for the good work bringing this bill forward. I'm in full support, and I just want to also just remember that when we had our press conference that the Connecticut Business and Industry Association is also for increases in this area. And so thank you so much for your good work, and I look forward to working with my colleagues on this and appropriations as well.
Thank you, Representative Johnson. Do we have any other questions? Representative Cook? Oh, she put her hand down. Okay.
It was a mistake, Bobby.
Okay.
Bobby, I just want to add for the last couple of years, you've been working very hard on this issue. And it took this year actually hear the deep concerns that this industry is having and how it's impacting this industry. And I understand that this is a piece of legislation that we're referring to around early childhood education. We have some more legislation, SB 1. There's another piece of legislation, SB 2. At the end of the day, we're probably going to come up with one piece of legislation that is going to focus on the issues in the early child care system that we've been having forever. And I think this is the year for us to get something done and do something transformational. So we're asking that we send this piece of legislation to the floor, just like my colleague said, so we have enough time to figure out exactly how much money we want to spend, how much we'll be on the hook for when we talk to appropriation, and then we'll make a decision moving forward. So I ask my colleagues to consider please supporting this piece of legislation, sending it to the floor that give us much time to negotiate what the dollar amount will look like and what our state will be on the hook for in the future, but not necessarily what our state will be on the hook for in the future, or how much money we're willing to invest in our youngest children. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McCrory. Representative Fiorello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to understand the process of sending it to the floor means that we are bypassing those who are working on the appropriations committee and as a whole. I understand that you might be having conversations with the ranking members of appropriations, but as a whole, we will be bypassing the appropriations committee. Is that a correct understanding, Mr. Chair?
Not
So-
necessarily, because sending it to the floor, we have more time to look at every section to see what we can move forward with, and it will go back to it will go to appropriations.
It will go before the Appropriations Committee before it actually comes to the House floor for a vote?
Yes, it will go from the floor back to the appropriations.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Devlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate the comments of committee leadership this morning on this bill. I too have significant concerns about the ultimate fiscal note, but I am going to support this bill. I think it's really important. And our committee and you and our co-chair and rankings have a great history of working together and engaging members as well, so that we can work through some of these things. I'm not guaranteeing support when it comes to the floor, depending on what it looks like, but I am supporting it today, and I appreciate the collaborative nature of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And absolutely, we take everyone's ideas and everyone's opinions, and we work very collaboratively together. That's why I think we're the best committee up here at the Capitol. Seeing no other hands raised, Mr. Clerk, can you roll call?
Sure. Representative Sanchez,
Yes.
Senator McCrory,
Senator McCoy votes yes.
Representative McCarty,
Representative McCarty votes yes.
Senator Berthel,
All votes no.
Representative Barry,
Representative Barry votes yes.
Senator Abrams, Representative Belinsky,
Representative Belinsky votes yes.
Representative Callahan,
Representative Callahan votes no.
Representative Candelaria,
Representative Candelaria votes yes.
Representative Carney,
Representative Carney votes yes.
Senator Champagne,
Good Lord.
Senator Champagne votes no.
Representative Cook,
Representative Cook votes yes.
Representative Comey,
Representative Comey votes yes.
We have a finance committee.
Representative Curry,
Representative Curry votes yes.
Representative Devlin,
Representative Devlin votes yes.
Representative Exum,
Representative Exum votes yes.
Senator Fazio,
Senator Fazio votes no.
Representative Felipe,
Representative Felipe votes yes.
Representative Fiorella,
Representative Fiorella votes no.
Senator Flexer,
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Representative Jenga,
Representative Jenga votes yes.
Representative Gibson,
Representative Gibson votes yes.
Representative Haynes, Representative Harding, Representative Johnson,
Representative Johnson votes yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Representative Kennedy votes yes today.
Senator Kushner, Representative Leeper,
Representative Leeper votes yes.
Representative McGee,
Representative McGee votes yes.
Senator Miller,
Senator Miller votes yes.
Representative,
Representative Napoli votes yes.
Representative Nolan,
Individuals coming out of high school. Representative Nolan is in the affirmative. The things that they have been doing.
Representative Paris, Representative Parker, Representative Pettit, Representative Sanchez, Representative Smith,
Representative Smith votes yes.
Representative Beach,
Representative Beach votes no, as it is today.
Representative Welander,
Representative Welander votes yes.
Senator Winfield, Mr. Chair, that concludes the roll.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. And of course, we're going to be holding the votes open at least an hour after the meeting, okay? Next, we have SB number 1, JFS to approach. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Moved by Senator McCrory. Do I have a
Second.
Okay. Second by Representative Curry. Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Again, this is quite a lengthy bill, and it has two sections involved in it. The first deal quite a bit with our mental health services in schools. I may have a question or two there. And then the second part mirrors quite a bit what the bill we just talked about with the early child care. If we go back to the beginning and the first section of the bill, I think the new language recognizes the nurses and school counselors in looking at who's going to be involved first in the survey to look at ratios, but then be eligible for the grant money. So I think that's an excellent addition to the proposal. That was an oversight that we had made. So I'm pleased to see that language in the bill. I do have a question on the human services permit. We talked about that, and I remember questioning Senator Looney. While I'm very supportive of bringing in more individuals to help our students and to be in the schools, I wanted to ensure that it was within the scope of their practice. So my first point would be in that section 3, will those individuals be working with the students? Will they have, they'll have the same oversight that I would imagine other school personnel would have, but that they would not, unless it was within their scope, would not be working with our students with their mental health needs. Is that correct?
Representative McCarty, that is correct. And I know we've had some discussions over that and some concerns, and we had numerous individuals come in and testify in regards to that. And so that fix was made.
Okay, thank you. And on section 6, and I think actually 6 through 8, the opioid antagonists, we know we have a huge crisis in our state with the opioid epidemic that we're trying to reduce, and it's hit some of our school age children. So now we're looking to bring in the antagonists into the schools, but will there be a cost to the districts? It looks like in section 8 that DCP will be helping provide the opiate antagonists to the school districts. Do you know how that will work, if I may?
I'm wondering if Senator McCrory has the answer to that.
How would it actually operationalize? I'm not quite sure. The idea is we know that we have a crisis in this country, and specifically Connecticut, around opioids. And what basically we want to do is have the incidentalists work with our school districts to find what's the best way that we can have individuals come in and service our children when it comes to opioids. So all the ink has been finalized that, but the concept is make sure we have the supports that our school system that our children need. I also want to go back to one of the comments you made about section 5, section 3, the human service permit. We want to be very clear that this human service permit is not the same as an individual who has a master's degree in social work, who can do clinical work. And because I also receive a number of phone calls about this piece of legislation. And we know that there's clinical work that some social workers do. And we want to make sure those people who have the right clinical background provide those services in place for our children. Some of them are mandated by our school system. However, we want this permit to allow other individuals who might be social workers, but might not have that master's degree in that clinical clinician, but they might hold a degree in social work, they might hold a degree in family therapy, they might hold a degree in human services. We need those individuals.
Right. You disappeared.
I think Senator McCrory disappeared, so we'll wait. We'll go to the next hand raised. Senator Berthel.
Oh, can I?
Oh,
Thank you.
Senator Berthel, hold on a second.
Okay.
Representative McCarty still has a few comments. I'm sorry.
Excuse me for that. I just did want to clarify, though, in that question was that even though we all believe in this, DCP is going to provide the Narcan and
I'm sorry.
to the
I think I
schools.
lost. I'm sorry. I think I lost you guys, but I guess, and that's why I'm going to switch for that phone and come back to my computer. Yeah. So we want to make sure there's a differentiation between those people who have master's degree in social work, doing clinical work in our schools, and those who are going to come under this permit.
Right. And I'm not going to keep asking a lot of questions on the bill and leave room for my colleagues, but I did want to just comment on the Minority Teacher Candidate Scholarship Program. I hope in the as we continue to go forward that we would offer this outside, not only to our priority school districts, but to all of our districts going forward. I think that would be good. And then the rest of the bill does deal with many of the same references that we just talked about in the early childcare proposal. So I'll end there. I may come back if I'm allowed to, but I'll leave that open. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative McCarty. And you're absolutely correct. I think it's in sections 13, 14, 15, 16. There's a couple of sections where it references, and 12. It touches up on early childcare. The fact that we are in this crisis and the need. So thank you for bringing that up. Senator Berthel, I apologize.
No apology necessary, Mr. Chair. Thank you. And once again, I find myself, I said I wasn't going to do this, but I feel actually it's necessary. There are, as my ranking just in the House just pointed out, there's some very, very good sections of this bill. I'm personally very pleased to see the opioid antagonist piece in the bill, the Narcan piece in the bill, the school counselor, early childhood pieces in the bill. What I'm a little concerned about, and I know when we discussed this in our leadership meeting, Section 11, the CIAC task force, I'm still really not clear, and I'm not asking for that clarification today. I'm really not clear what we are intending to do or why we need that task force, but I don't want to consume time necessarily discussing that today. What I am very concerned about in this bill, though, is when we look at the last part of it, beginning with section 17 through 23, which are appropriation sections. I fully understand why those are there. It is to provide us perhaps with some clarity with respect to what these things may cost. If those sections remain in the bill, and if this bill should get to both chamber floors and passed and sent to the governor for his signature, we would essentially have bypassed the appropriations process, which is a very important part of the process of the legislature, because we would now have codified into law with the bill those specific spending amounts. And that is not the way that this legislative body should be working. And because of that solely, I will not support this bill today. If that language requiring those appropriations remains in the bill, that is irresponsible for us to support it as it's written. So again, I fully understand and appreciate the work that has gone into this and some of the very, very formidable and important sections of the bill, but we should not be appropriating money in legislation without the Appropriations Committee having their full due course of review and analysis and determining whether or not we can actually afford to spend this money. So again, I'm a little bit of a broken record, but that is how that is my position on the bill, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Berthel. And Senator Berthel, this bill is JFS to appropes, so it will go
Understood.
on appropes. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I understand that, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I too understand this is a JFS to the floor. This bill has so many moving parts to it and so many good parts to it. I am glad that it is a JFS to the floor. There's a lot of work, I believe, that just needs to be done to it, and certainly Approps needs to look at it. I will be supporting it today to get it out of committee, and I thank you for the time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Kennedy. And the bill is JFS to appropes. Thank you. Representative Devlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really want to reinforce what Senator Berthel said. I am going to support this out of committee for the same reason as before. I'm glad that this is going to approach, but I think that is a really, really bad precedent to set. So again, no guarantee of further support, but I will trust the ongoing working process. And I will support it today to get it out of committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Devlin. Seeing no other hands. Representative Fiorello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I associate my comments with Representative Devlin, and but I also want to add that in many of these bills and working in this committee, I do feel that we have not heard enough from parents, and I generally feel that parents are a lot of the solutions that we try to address are solutions that parents are the ones that are the first go-tos. I understand having a component of mental health in the school system, but there is such a heavy-handed focus on the student to teacher ratio, student to social worker ratio, student to psychologist ratio. I really think that the mental care of children really belongs in parents first. My great concern with SB1 is that there's a shift in our state towards making this really the onus of government schools. So for that reason, I will not be supporting this bill today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative McCarty.
All right. Thank you for the second time, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to be clear that in the first section of the bill, while we're looking to look at the ratios of the different workers, we're not ultimately saying, we're still giving flexibility to the school districts on how they handle those ratios. For instance, some districts may have a greater need for, say, school psychologists. Another district may need school counselors. Another district may need more social workers. So while we're looking to understand those ratios, this bill is not dictating what those ratios should be. And then to one of my colleagues' comments, I think we've done quite a bit of work throughout our legislation and our bills to increase parental engagement. I know it's a number one priority of the Department of Education to include parents as much as possible and to engage them. And we've done a number of bills with parental engagement involved. When it comes to mental health provisions, parents can always opt out. So I just want to make those comments.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Belinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the conversation that we're having, and I share the concerns about the broadness of this bill. However, I also align with those that think that this is policy that needs to be discussed. So we are a policy committee, and I do plan on voting this out of committee. I'll get another look at it in appropriations, and then hopefully we can settle the questions and we get another look at it on the floor of the House. So thank you very much for the initiative and the policy on this to the chairs and the ranking members.
Thank you, Representative. Mr. Clerk.
Representative, Mr. Chair, could you just state for the record the LCO number that the substitute language is based on?
I have LCO 3984.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, Mr. Clerk, roll call.
Representative Sanchez,
Yes.
Senator McCory, Representative McCarty,
Representative McCarty votes yes.
Senator Berthel,
Senator Berthel votes no.
Representative Barry,
Representative Barry votes yes.
Senator Abrams, Representative Belinsky,
Representative Belinsky votes in the affirmative.
Representative Callahan, Representative Candelaria,
Candelaria votes yes.
Representative Carney,
Sorry. Jesus. Representative Carney votes yes.
Senator Champagne,
Senator Champagne votes no.
Representative Cook,
Representative Cook votes yes.
Representative Comey,
Representative Comey votes yes.
Representative Curry,
Representative Curry votes yes.
Representative Devlin,
Representative Devlin votes yes.
Representative Exum,
Representative Exum votes yes.
Senator Fazio,
Senator Fazio votes no.
Representative Felipe,
Representative Felipe votes yes.
Representative Fiorello,
Representative Fiorello votes no.
Senator Flexer, Representative Jenga,
Representative Jenga votes yes.
Representative Gibson.
Representative Gibson votes yes.
Mr. Gibson, why you didn't tell me?
Representative Haynes. Representative Harding. Representative Johnson. Representative Kennedy.
Kennedy votes yes.
Johnson vote yes?
I got you. Yes. Okay.
Thank you. Sorry, couldn't get my thing moved.
Good voting.
I know, I just voted. And I gotta,
Senator Kushner. Representative Leeper.
Representative Leeper votes yes.
Representative McGee.
Rep. McGee votes yes.
Senator Miller.
Senator Miller votes yes.
Representative Napoli.
Representative Napoli votes yes.
Representative Nolan.
That provides mental health
Representative Nolan in the
assistance
affirmative.
to individuals who may not be able.
Representative Harris. Representative Parker. Representative Pettit. Representative Sanchez.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Representative Smith.
Representative Smith votes yes.
Representative Beach.
Representative Veach votes no.
Representative Welander.
Representative Welander votes yes.
Senator Winfield.
Are we all set, Mr. Clerk?
Yep.
Okay, and the votes will remain open.
Ken, did you real quickly, Bob? Ken, did you get my vote?
I did not, Senator.
Okay. I vote yes. Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you. Next on the agenda, number 3, SB number 229, an act concerning the charter school approval process, JFS to approach, and I have LCO number 3697. Do I have a motion? Moved by Senator McCormick.
Representative, the LCO is updated to 4055.
Okay, so I have the wrong bill in front of me. Okay, what was the number again? 4055?
So just for an overabundance of caution, could you withdraw that motion and just say a JFS to approach using with LCO 4055, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so I withdraw that motion for SB 229 and LCO 3697. Now going back to number 3, SB number 229, an act concerning the charter school approval process, JFS to approach, LCO 4055. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Senator McCrory. I have a second.
Kennedy seconds.
And second by Representative Kennedy. Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And as I've always said, I believe in providing quality education for all of our students, and I have been very supportive also of our charter schools. So in the first part of the bill, I am supportive of a approval for a grant account, an initial funding to establish a new grant account in the general budget. I think that's important. I have some questions still, however, about the entire process of gaining the initial certificate of approval. So I would like to just have more time to understand the elimination of the initial certificate of approval process going forward. So today I will just be flagging this bill. Again, as I said, I'm supportive of creating an approval grant account. I do believe that's a good addition. And I know I've spoken with Senator McCrory, so it's just probably myself not quite understanding the full initial certificate process. I want to be sure that there's still legislative oversight there. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative McCarty. Senator Bertho.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would associate my remarks with that of with Representative McCarty. I think I'm a little confused as well. And again, not necessarily a discussion for today, but I'm confused as to why we're removing the legislative oversight on this from the process. I think that, and I fully support charter schools, as Representative McCarty spoke to. They do a wonderful job. They're great assets to have in addition to all the other great public school offerings. But I think that given what we know from this committee and our work, what it costs to run charter schools and all of our schools, and opening new schools and creating new charter schools is a monumentous financial challenge. So taking the legislature out of that approval process, I think, is what's causing me concern today. And for that same reason, I will be flagging the bill with a no vote. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bertho. Senator McCrory, do you have any words? Did you want to?
I just listen to everyone. If I feel as though I need to chime in to explain people that in regards to when we hear the language about taking us out of the approval process, there was never a point where we were in the approval process. The process of approval for a charter school comes from the State Department of Education, the SDE. We were responsible for funding programs. The approval process has never been in the hands of the legislature. It never should be in the hands of the legislature. That process is in the hands of the State Department of Education and State Board of Education when they approve a charter school. So if Chris, if you want to give a little more clarity, or John, give a little more clarity about that process, I'll be more than willing to have it now. If not, I can explain it when this bill gets out on the floor. So again, legislators never had their hand in deciding who gets a charter school or who gets approved for a program. What our responsibility was, the funding. And when we changed legislation from 2015 to 2016, that's when the problem was created. So I can try to explain it again, but if Christy, if you want to, or again, John, can you explain the difference from what we did in 2015 to what we changed the process to cause the confusion that we are in now? What we want to do is eliminate the confusion from when someone's been approved for a charter and not be funded. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Senator, and good to see you today. So thank you for your words just now. I'm not sure if approval is the right word. I think the way I was reading it is that the legislature has input, and it allows, the way it's currently written, it's not necessarily approval, but it's the legislature has input and meaningful opportunities for public comment and stakeholder engagement. I also had noted that some of the association CEA were not in favor of this time. I just don't want us to set a precedent that gives away the opportunity for input from the legislature. So for those reasons, until we get more understanding and more information, I will be a no today. But I appreciate your remarks, Senator McCrory, and look forward to more information on this. I certainly am not against charter schools in any way. I totally support them 100%, but I just need a little bit more clarification going forward. And thank you for the time, Mr. Chairman.
And that's fair, because like all legislation, this gives us an opportunity to continue the conversation once we vote this out, just like we do with other studies. So those who are not, who need that more clarity, can get that more clarity as we move forward. So I appreciate your comment. Representative Felipe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a point of clarification, I guess, just thinking about the way that this bill is written and talking about, meaningful comment and oversight from the legislature when it comes to the opening of these schools. I don't think that we have that opportunity for any of the other public schools that we open, magnet schools, traditional neighborhood public schools. I don't understand why this practice has to be done for charters specifically. In my estimation, it seems discriminatory. And, as somebody who represents 7 of these schools, I just think that having them have to go through a different process is just further discriminatory on schools that are 90% Black and brown, over 80% low income. It's just something that I don't understand. And quite frankly, going through it, this process should have never been a thing in the first place. We are just reverting it back to what it was when it was a one-step process. And I don't want to, have people misconstrue my comments when we speak about things like Danbury Prospect or Danbury Charter School, but we hear so many people come up to us every year talking about this school and why they need it for 5 years because they've been stuck in limbo because of this process. And I'm not saying whether or not they should get the charter or shouldn't get the charter, but they should not have a situation where they get the charter and then they're waiting 5 years for an answer, where I have people from the Hispanic community in different communities around the state telling us how much they need this, how much they've been looking forward to it when they've been approved through a process that the State Board of Education has had for years. But now we don't fund them and they're stuck in limbo. It's a hard pill to swallow for a lot of people. And to me, to do this for these schools and no others is discriminatory. And I think that we should just go back to how it was and pass this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Felipe. Representative Fiorello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Charter schools are public schools. They are government-funded schools. And in 2018, another legislature, just like this one, enacted approval process that was extremely cumbersome. I'm so enthusiastic about any bill that gets government out of the way and creates a smoother road for those who are enterprising enough to want to start a school, get a charter, and get going. We know the amazing success that charter schools have in our state. So I enthusiastically support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Fiorello. Any other questions?
Representative McCarty.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. And I just want to clarify the remarks that were made. It is in no way making a comment that we don't approve for charter schools. They said initially we approved the looking at establishing this grant fund, but I am concerned and I just want to seek more clarity so it's just flagging, not saying that this vote may not be a yes once we have that complete clarification. So it's not meant to be discriminatory in any way. It's just, and I'll take some blame if I don't have a full understanding of where that initial certificate approval process went. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative McCarty. Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too wanted to account for my vote here this afternoon. This is the first charter school debate that I've been involved in since my time here in my first year with the legislature. I approach this from my philosophy that public education is the very foundation of all of the institutions of our government and of our republic, and is responsible for the successes of the American experiment. I think public schools need to be protected. I was at one time a very strong adherent and advocate on behalf of choice schools, particularly charter schools, but was concerned in any instance where there was the possibility of funding being otherwise allocated away from public schools and to charter schools and other similar choice institutions. I have, in my discussions since this debate began with some of my colleagues, been convinced that the problems that public schools have are not necessarily the charter schools themselves, and that they do in fact serve a very useful and very beneficial purpose, but rather through ECS funding and maybe reforming that process, which I know we'll be talking about later. So for the same reason, some of my colleagues will be flagging this with a no vote, and that would normally be my inclination in this case. I am going to vote for this to move through the committee to open up to further discussion on the floor, and will withhold my final vote, obviously, until and when it comes to the floor. But wanted to just go on the record that whereas I would normally not be approving this for the reasons I just mentioned, will be in fact voting yes for this at this time. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Smith. Senator Fonzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to offer my support for the bill and appreciation to its proponents, as well as the public charter schools that are doing such good work around our state. We saw a recent report that was focused on Hartford students that showed what fantastic strides public charter schools were making towards their educational achievement. And I think that streamlining and easing the approval process and the funding process, as this bill does, is enormously positive, and I'm appreciative of it, and I'm excited to vote yes.
Thank you, Senator Fasano. Any other questions, comments? Bob, do you see any hands up? Seeing none? Can clerk, like take a tally?
Representative Sanchez,
Yes.
Senator McCrory,
Yes.
Representative McCarty,
Representative McCarty votes no at this time.
Senator Berthel,
Senator Berthel votes no.
Representative Barry,
Representative Barry votes yes.
Senator Abrams, Representative Belinsky,
Representative Belinsky votes yes.
Representative Callahan, Representative Candelaria,
Candelaria votes yes.
Representative Carney,
Representative Carney votes yes.
Senator Champagne,
Senator Champagne votes no.
Representative Cook,
Representative Cook votes no.
Representative Comey,
Representative Comey votes yes.
Representative, would you mind repeating yourself? It was kind of breaking up. Representative Comey,
Representative Comey votes yes.
thank you, Representative. Representative Curry,
Representative Curry votes yes.
Representative Devlin,
Representative Devlin votes no.
Representative Exum,
Representative Exum votes yes.
Senator Fazio,
Senator Fazio votes yes.
Representative Felipe,
Representative Felipe votes yes.
Representative Fiorello,
Representative Fiorello votes yes.
Senator Flexer votes no.
sorry, 1 second, Senator Flexer. I haven't gotten to your name yet. Representative Fiorello,
Okay, Representative Fiorello votes yes.
Senator Flexer, Senator Flexer, Senator Flexer.
Ken, I see Senator Flexer on.
I know.
Senator
I see
Flexer, you're on mute.
Senator Fletcher, you're on mute. May, you're on mute. I'll call her.
Mr. Clerk, can you hear me?
Yes,
Now
I
we
can
can.
hear you now. Yep. How do you vote, Representative or Senator, excuse me? We're voting on
Ken, let's move on. Let's
Okay.
move on and we'll go back to her.
Representative Jenga,
Representative Jenga votes yes.
Representative Gibson,
Representative Gibson votes yes.
Representative Haynes, Representative Harding, Representative Johnson,
Representative Johnson votes yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes no today to flag it.
Senator Kushner, Representative Leeper,
Representative Leeper votes yes.
Representative McGee,
Representative McGee votes no for today.
Senator Miller,
Senator Miller votes yes.
Representative Napoli,
Representative Napoli votes no.
Representative Nolan,
private providers a professional wage.
Representative Nolan votes
Make
yes
the choice to support us.
with the liberty
There's
to
not
flag
much
this
time
for
left. Thank
other
you.
discussion.
Representative Paris, Representative Parker, Representative Pettit, Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Representative Smith,
Representative Smith votes yes at this time.
Representative Veach,
Representative Veach votes no at this time.
Representative Wheelander,
Representative Wheelander votes no.
Senator Winfield, that concludes the roll, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ken.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Next, we go to item number 4, SB number 274, an act concerning minority teacher recruitment and retention, JFS to the floor. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Representative McCarty. And
Second.
second by Senator McCory.
Johnson.
Representative McCarty?
I think
Mr.
my
Chair, could you just
esteemed
identify the
colleague in
LCM,
the
please?
Senate is going to make a remark going
Yes,
forward on some of our.
Thank you, Representative. Mr. Chair, I know we have not asked for discussion yet on this item, but I would like to offer up a motion to create a consent calendar.
You want to handle it, Bob?
Yes, to go on consent. Yes, definitely. We can start a consent calendar. And I believe our LCO was trying to say something when we started talking. Was it in regards to the LCO number?
Yes, please.
Okay. I have 3943.
Yep, that's the one.
3943. Okay, great.
So, Mr. Chair, without objection, I would ask that we place this on the consent calendar. Unless there's further discussion, obviously.
Representative McCarty has a comment.
I think it's a good suggestion to go to consent, but I would just like to point out for those that are concerned that the early childhood cabinet in this bill is expanded to include a parent on the cabinet, which I think is a excellent addition. And in the substitute language, it also took out the situation that we thought with the youth camps and their licensing and the advertisement in the earlier proposal. Just wanted to make the it was taken out of the bill. And then the final piece that I really appreciate the commissioners' flexibility on this was allowing the school readiness programs from 50 weeks to go to 40.
This one's 274.
Oh,
Minority teacher recruitment.
oh, pardon me. I am moving too fast here. But I also agree with the SB 274 going on consent. I do have a comment there as well. However, I think it's excellent that we look back and look at the recruitment, have the task force in place. And as we have discussed, we had in the past approximately 250 teachers that were certified. And I think this task force can help us understand how we can, what we are doing to not get those individuals into the teacher workforce. So I'm very pleased, and please excuse me for jumping ahead. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. So we'll be moving this one to consent. Next, we have item number 5. That's HB number 5279, LCO 3982. And again, this one is an act implementing the recommendations of the Office of Early Childhood. Do I have a motion?
Motion Nolan.
I'll second.
Motion by Representative Nolan, second by Representative McCarty. Representative McCarty.
And I apologize to the committee. This is the bill that I was saying that expands the early childhood cabinet, adds a parent, and it makes some good changes on the school readiness, 50 weeks, allowing to go to 48 weeks. I'd like to recognize and thank the commissioner for her work on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative McCarty. Senator Berthel.
Mr. Chair, if there's no other discussion, I would offer this for consent as well.
Okay, this one will go on consent. Thank you, Senator Berthel.
My pleasure.
Mr. Chairman, Bobby, my hand raising function is not working. I apologize. I believe the 60-40 conversation of which we were discussing earlier, I would like to see some changes to ensure that it is in this bill, because it would have to do with the early childhood contracts. So I'm fine with moving this forward and placing it on consent, but I do think that we absolutely need to address this. I've been in contact with the Office of Early Childhood, and they too understand what we're looking for and are committed to working with us on that. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Cook. Duly noted. So it's going on consent. We're going to move on to item number 6, SB number 231, an act concerning the State Education Resource Center, JFS to approps. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Moved by Senator McQuarrie.
Second,
by
Belinsky.
Representative Belinsky, and I believe I have LCO 3941. Is that correct, LCO?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, great. Any comments, Representative McCarty?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I would just comment that CERC does a lot of really good work for us, helping with our families and communities, supporting our LEAs. I think the bill, the substitute language, makes some good changes because we want CERC to be in compliance with what we, and working with DAS for approval when it goes out for procurement, and to really keep in compliance with the rest of the state laws regarding those type of agreements with bidding, so it keeps transparency for CERC. The only provision in the bill does allow CERC to lease properties without going for approval through DAS, but every other piece is to be kept in compliance. And I think Senator McCrory in the bill has found a way to use some of the funding to CERC that will not cost us additional dollars. So I'm very supportive of the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative McCarty. Senator Berthel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would agree with the comments just made by Representative McCarty. I think the substitute language addresses some of the concerns that were brought to my attention. And if there is no other discussion on this, I would offer this for consent as well.
Thank you, Senator Berthel. Are there any concerns with this going on consent? Okay, this will go on consent. Next, number 7, HB number 5283, an act concerning the education cost sharing grant formula and the funding of other educational programs.
State Library's 5-year plan.
I have LCO 4024. JF to the floor.
So
Moved.
Nolan.
Their efforts.
Representative, you misstated the motion. You said JF to the floor. It should be JFS.
Oh, okay. JFS, you're correct. JFS to the floor.
State Library has
Move, Nolan.
Second, Johnson.
Moved by Representative Nolan and second by Representative Johnson. I know I'm going to refer many of the questions. I know people are going to have many questions from this bill. So I'm going to refer some of those questions to Representative Jeff Curry, who has worked very hard on this bill along with a number of other representatives and advocates. As far as I'm concerned, it's a really good bill, and I hope that we can get it out of this committee. And so I'm now going to open the floor for any questions. And I have a question from Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And as you stated, that this is a large proposal, mirrors somewhat the proposal that we had last session in SB 948. And I am pleased that you said that Representative Curry has worked very hard on this proposal. It has made some significant changes from 948 to protect those areas that may have been losing funding in it. I do still have some concerns, and excuse me, I've spoken about them and I'll come back to it in a moment. But my question would be to Representative Curry, if he would like to explain what the overall mission, impetus behind this bill, what is it about, so people can have a clear understanding. Thank you, Representative Curry.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you.
Simply put, Representative, and thank you for your comments and the chair's comments, and first and foremost to all of the members who have taken the time and opportunity to meet with us, have one-off conversations to better understand the intent and what this bill is, and sometimes more importantly, what this bill is not. As she mentioned, this builds off of 948, which we passed last year as a study to allow OFA to do a deep dive and analysis to be able to provide us with better responses and a better sense of what we would be doing moving into the future with regards to this proposal. Out of that has grown what you have before you today with 5283 and the S language. Simply put, we have a very disjointed funding system that does this through 11 different mechanisms, and we are trying to simplify that for it down into one and ensure that we're providing additional resources to the districts that need it and additional resources overall as an investment in all public school systems throughout Connecticut. And when we say public schools, obviously, well, sometimes not obviously for some, public schools would include our traditionals, our neighborhoods, our charters, and our magnets. And so we simply are putting forth a proposal to streamline these efforts and make this much more easily understood, provide a certain level of predictability for our local districts, and hopefully provide better information moving forward for members on this committee. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Curry. Representative McCarty.
Thank you. If I may continue, and just for a bit more clarification, and I know Representative Curry that we have spoken, I am going to support the bill out of committee today, but I think just to put on the record that I still have some concerns about our home districts, traditional school districts, to look at, to be sure that we're really equating apples to apples, if I may so speak, and that we look at special ed costs, transportation costs in some of our home districts that I don't think the bill clearly outlines that area. So I'd like to continue that discussion. But my question to you today would be, could you just comment the VOAGs and the magnet schools that are referenced in the bill, that those are either the funding is increased and the VOAG schools are held harmless, because I know that was a concern with SB 948 that the VOAG schools would be losing funding, but in this proposal, they're held harmless. Is that true?
Representative Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is correct. So the VOAGs and the magnets would be held harmless. One of the pieces to also note with regards to the magnet schools, if you live up in this area of the states and you're kind of under the doctrine of the Chef Agreement, you are overly burdened with tuition payments that are increasingly on the rise and will continue to be if we don't take action through something like 5283. And so while ensuring that they're held harmless and provided additional resources in out years, we would be eliminating tuition payments for our local school districts. So that is very important to note. But yes, the VOAGs also would be held harmless. I know in the 948 report, when you break it down and look at it, it looked as though those particular VOAGs may have been losing money. And so that was born out of that conversation and that report to ensure that they would be able to be provided with the resources needed, as we all recognize that they have a very kind of specialty program that they provide and are able to continue to do so moving forward.
Thank you, Representative. Representative McCarty, all set. Senator Berthel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the work that Representative Curry put into this bill. It's very comprehensive. I think there are some absolutely wonderful parts of this bill. As we did discuss yesterday, Representative, in a conversation, or maybe it was Wednesday, Wednesday, the week has gone by rather quickly. There are some concerns, not only for myself, but some of the other members of the committee with respect to two issues. One of them is that we, as is outlined in the bill, we are imposing changes on future legislatures with the passage of this bill. And we also are still not terribly clear with respect to the overall cost of doing this. OFA studied this and did provide some initial understanding that in the fiscal year 24, this bill would result in potentially about $200 million in new spending. So for those reasons, until I personally, as one legislator, one person voting in this body, until I can have the clarity necessary with a good, complete official fiscal analysis, I'm sure this bill will get out of committee today. I will be flagging this with a no vote today. And again, as I have said already a couple of times, this does not necessarily indicate my lack of support for your work and for what you are trying to accomplish here. Many of the facets of this bill are long overdue in Connecticut. We are very, very dysfunctional. I think you used the word disjointed, which I think is a kinder way to say somewhat dysfunctional, Jeff. But I look forward to future discussion. If and when this bill gets to the floor, I'm sure that Senator McCrory and I will have a lively discussion upstairs in the Senate. So, Mr. Chair, thank you. And again, I need to flag this with a no until we have a really clear understanding of the impact on the future legislative body and the fiscal note associated with this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Berthel.
Mr. Chair, if I could just respond, I know there wasn't a question there.
Yes, go on ahead, Representative.
Thanks. Senator Berthel, I really appreciate those comments and some of the conversations that we've been able to have, along with those with folks such as Bill Davenport. I know you have a definite interest in the VOAG programs and to ensure their viability moving forward. I would just caution folks that when looking at the fiscal notes, that we're ensure that we're focusing in on 5283. I believe the information you have in front of you, Senator, is likely referencing 948. And so a lot of the language that has shifted in this bill would actually take that out, and we would be fully funding those districts in fiscal year 25. So there is no fiscal implication in the year in which you referenced. Yeah, so I just wanted to make sure to point that out for you.
Thank you, Representative. I appreciate the clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Curry. Representative Felipe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd be remiss if I didn't chime in. I know many of the members, if you haven't heard from Representative Curry, you definitely heard from me. This is something that we've been doing since I've gotten into the legislature, and Representative Curry since before I got to the legislature, to do what's best for all of our students. One thing that hasn't been mentioned, even though we say it every time we say it out in the public, is a student-centered funding model. This is for all students treated as equally as we possibly can treat them, to make sure that, you know, there are families like a mother on Cottage Street in my district whose children go to 3 different types of schools. One goes to a neighborhood school, one goes to a magnet, one goes to a charter. And even though they're in the same circumstances at home, they're treated differently. We want to make sure that's not what we're doing moving forward.
Hello.
And also, you know,
What did you find out? So that would put you under
Representative Winfield, you're not muted.
11.5 of the contract.
You might want to mute.
Thank you. And just to also piggyback onto the comments made by Senator Berthel, and I do appreciate the thoughtfulness of not putting the onus on future legislatures. We've done this before with this very legislation when it comes to ECS funding. We did it in the out years for 10 years when we did the phase-in. So this is not a precedent that we are setting. This is not something that's new to this kind of this kind of push for ECS. It's just phasing it in as quickly as we possibly can to make sure we get the relief we need now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Felipe. And Representative Curry, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I also wanted to make note, just because I know we talked about this earlier in the meeting with a prior item. We are JFSing this to the floor, and folks commented earlier with regards to that process and worrying about how that may be circumventing things. I just want to clarify that with no fiscal impact, there is no obvious referral over to appropriations. There is obviously a conversation to be had with them, but this will allow us and OFA to be provided with a much more detailed analysis of what the fiscal implications may be. Whereas if it were sent simply to appropriations, it would be an abridged version of that fiscal note. So I just want members to be clear as to what they will and won't be getting because of the process that we're following today.
Thank you, Representative Curry. Representative Fiallo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So following on Rep. Curry's clarification, if I understand this, normal process for bills is that, particularly with a large fiscal note, that they go before appropriations. But in this instance, on quite a few of the education bills before us today, we are saying that we're JFing them to the floor and not to appropes because it is going to get a more thorough fiscal analysis. Is that what we're saying? Because normally the process is it goes to approps, but now we're saying it's going to the floor because it will be more thoroughly studied. Is that correct? Mr. Chair?
Thank you. I appreciate that question, Representative Fiorello, because oftentimes folks don't really have a full understanding of the process by which bills follow when they come out of committee. So I'll take off my ed committee hat and I'll throw on, I actually chair the House screening for our side of the aisle and work closely with Representative Verbimbis and her team, making sure that bills keep moving along throughout session. And one of the things that we discuss is that typically there's a threshold that we determine that bills are automatically sent over to appropriations or finance, depending on the financial implications. So it is not uncommon for bills to simply go to the floor to then be sent over to either of those money committees. It is simply a decision of the leadership of each respective committee as to whether or not they want to send it to the floor or to appropriations. So there's no clear rule stating that it's the norm or anything like that it happens one way or the other.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you. But that's fine. I understand that it's not, you're possibly making the case that it's not necessarily normal or not. However, I do think that there is the practice that it does go to approps. And in quite a few of these, it does say go to approps, but we're changing it to now go to the floor. And I just want to make a point for the record that that is something that I'm noticing. But this bill, is it correct to understand that 5283 is essentially 948 and with some tweaks? And so to that point, this bill does continue. And in fact, in the OFA report, it explicitly says, and I was so grateful for the clarity of the OFA report that we requested last year to really understand not only the financial implications, but really the mechanics of what we're doing here right now. And this clarity, I think, is really important for all citizens, residents, parents, whoever's watching to understand. But it says here, keeping students attending magnet schools and in a home district's ECS count. So we are keeping students attending magnet schools in the home district's ECS count continues under this bill 5283, i.e. the state is paying for some students twice. This comes in page 82 of the OFA report. Is that a true and correct characterization of what 5283 is doing?
Representative Curry.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Curry.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yep, so this is what folks colloquially like to refer to as double funding. And so double funding is current law. It's law now, and that would go unchanged through this bill. If folks are interested in completely dismantling the system and starting from scratch, I'm happy to do that. But we are simply building off of what is current law and not changing that ECS status as of now.
Thank you for that answer. So I don't think it's great public policy, especially when it deals with schools, to keep piling on layer after layer of policy that isn't correct, but especially as it pertains to how much we are spending per child. Because that data point of cost per child, the funding amount per child is so important. And I think it is a more honest system that if the people of Connecticut are funding a higher amount to these cities, they should know that they should know the real amount that is going to the students. And I have to say the clarity of the OFA report, why it's so important is that before it was not clear. Before, proponents who were looking for money follows a child were sometimes told, what double funding are you speaking of? But now the understanding of double funding, what we said colloquially called double funding, well, at least that is out in the open and it's true and accepted knowledge. And I think that is progress. But we can't continue to do what we now acknowledge we are doing. We are paying for children to sit in school seats. We're paying for seats where the children are not. That is not an honest system. I think we want to be more accurate in our accounting and honest about how much money is going to all of the schools. And then let's be really accountable. How much do they really get? And how much are these children improving in their education? And in that clear formula, 5283 really fails. For all the good stuff that might be in 5283, there is an essential dishonesty about this bill that I cannot support. And I really urge everyone here, we talk about doing the hard work, but part of the hard work sometimes is a simple honesty. And we have a clear view here that we are continuing a system of double funding, of paying twice for some students. And I think many of us would be okay to support the students as they are needed, but we should have an honest accounting of it. For those reasons, Mr. Chair, I cannot support 5283. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Fiorello. Representative Curry, did you have a comment?
Yes, please. I will respect the comments of the good representative simply because she holds that office as well. To claim that there was dishonesty through this process, I think is a bit of a stretch. We have always been very clear that the system is what it currently is and that we were building off of what the current system was. If we were to remove what is referred to as double funding, just so folks fully understand, it's about $100 million hit to our, especially our alliance districts, in which those districts find themselves some of the most under-resourced and underfunded. And so to pull those monies out would be an egregious move by this legislature because we know that those systems are still standing. Just because you have a group of children throughout K through 12 who are being moved over to magnets and charters and VOAG schools and tech schools, all of that, you have students who are still in those buildings with the same operational costs. So there's more to that conversation than kind of the simple way in which it was just put. But I just want to ensure that folks fully understand that there is no dishonesty occurring around this bill. We have been very open and honest, sometimes too honest and working too hard, some might say. But again, I appreciate the comments by the good representative and hope we can continue that conversation.
Thank you, Representative Curry. Senator Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm over in judiciary, so I just came in and heard a little bit of the last conversation. I think Representative Curry has done an amazing job of explaining all aspects of this, including why the bill's going to the floor. I just wanted to say that I think it is a very smart decision to be sending the bill to the floor. The legislature has a lot of tools in its possession to be able to continue conversations, particularly the most important conversations we have. The Appropriations Committee is, as all of the committees are, coming to the end of its process. Sending a bill directly to appropriations now, I think, jeopardizes it. And I think this conversation is too important to put into jeopardy. That bill will see itself in appropriations. That will happen. We know that. But sending it to the floor allows for it not to be there tomorrow, right? And I think as a legislature, given the level of importance of this conversation, it's incumbent upon us to make sure that the Appropriations Committee gets it at a point where it can actually have a conversation and not simply stop the bill because they don't have time, because they have bills that are already in that committee and can't fit this in. So I just want to add my voice to Representative Curry's, as someone who sat on screening for 13 years, and recognizes the importance of that committee sometimes in making sure that these conversations can continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Winfield. Representative Johnson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Curry, for your great explanation of the problems that Alliance districts face and have faced ever since Lowell Weicker was the governor in terms of being severely underfunded. And my district, a district of 24,000 people, the very high minority population with a group of students, highest population of students who have a home language that is not English, that was never properly funded. Losing 10 million a year over these last several years has really, really hurt my students. And so having the good opportunity to be able to equalize access to the education cost sharing grant, to make sure that we don't underfund classrooms because one student goes to a magnet school and severely exacerbate the underfunding that exists now. There is no double funding really. What's happening here is trying to work our way carefully and slowly to make sure that we have equal opportunity for every student in our state. So thank you everyone for this. And I can't tell you how appreciative I am having been somebody who has been working very hard in supporting this change, which must happen in order for us to have a state of Connecticut that provides for everybody and all the little ones growing up so that they can go and move forward into higher education. So thank you again for all the great work. And I look forward to seeing this bill and the equalization. We've had litigation after litigation in the state. First, we had the Horton versus Meskel that said we were supposed to have equalized education cost sharing. And then we went from that to Sheff versus O'Neill that created our magnet schools to make sure that at least the Hartford area had access to more integration. From there, we went to the Connecticut Coalition for Justice in Education Funding, which brought out in litigation all the unfairness and all the disparities between the wealthier communities and the Alliance District communities, which are generally lower income populations and communities of Black and Brown people with language differences. So I am, again, very, very pleased and honored to be able to support this legislation. And there is no double funding here at all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative Johnson. Representative Felipe.
I think Rep. Leeper is going for the first time. She has her hand up.
Representative Leeper.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Rep. Felipe. I just want to make a quick point. While I'm in strong support of this proposal and for many of the same reasons I was last year, I will spare all of those points most of you likely heard last year and just remind this committee that the traditional home district, or what is often referred to as the nexus district, still bears all of the fiscal responsibility for their children who are enrolled in charters or magnets or some of our untraditional neighborhood public schools when it comes to special ed testing and evaluations, as well as special education services. So those expenses still rest with the Nexus district, even when children are enrolled in a magnet or charter. So I think it's really important that that be a part of this conversation as we flesh out what exactly it means to be double funded. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Leeper. Representative Felipe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to add on to Representative Leeper, transportation is also something that the sending district has to pay for. It's a reason why it would be crippling to end this practice of double funding, whether you agree with it or not. Right now, it's current law. And the fact that it's current law means that if we were to change it, we need to know what is next. And we do not have the answer for that. So to not leave it in current law as it is would be crippling for sending districts, for districts that have charter schools like mine. It's hard for us to swallow that pill. And right now there's no solution otherwise, but that is not a change to current law. That is leaving current law as it is. And one thing I did want to say is, as you know, Representative Curry and I are strongest proponents of this bill. He is the chair of screening. I sit on screening as well as being a subcommittee chair for early and childhood education in APPROACH. This will have conversations that involve our APPROACH chairs. We're not trying to keep them out of the process. As Senator Winfield alluded to, we're just trying to keep the bill alive. We're trying to make sure that we can have these conversations as we go forward and not put it in these last few days of JF, JF for APPROACH. We want to make sure that it has that larger conversation. So we are committed to doing that. Me as chair of that subcommittee, along with the senator who's the chair of this committee, and Representative Curry.
Thank you, Representative Felipe, for the second time. Representative Fiorello for the second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for acknowledging me for the second time. So I just want to clarify on double funding. It certainly is not something that I made up, but it was in the OFA report. And that's why I am so grateful for the clarity that that report brought. But what it is that the state ECS funding has all of those formulas that we know. It's very complicated. In fact, our state probably has one of the most complicated education funding formulas in the country. But there's an amount that's set for the district school per need, whatever the district may be. So for example, in the city of Hartford, the money is sent for the count that they have of the district children. That money is accounted for those children. At the same time, there are children who live in that district who leave that district to go to magnet schools or charter schools or ag schools or tech schools. We have some choice schools in our state, thankfully. They leave to go there and a different pot of money goes to those schools. What I'm saying is that those children who left their district school to go to the other school, that money that was allotted to them in their district school is still there. They're not there anymore. This child is not there anymore, but the money is still there. So there has to be a truth that parents can acknowledge. I think parents really want to know. So now the district school. So there's two problems. One is the children who are at these other magnet schools, the amount of money that they're getting is often less than what is at the district school. So there was a check that was sent to the district that the child is not at. That should really be with that child's education, but a smaller amount is sent to the school that the child's actually going to. So now for the parents who are at the district school, how much funding are they being given for their child's education? I think they really want to know. And so I think what we're gonna find out, which we know has been spoken in this committee, and the point is that money is not always the solution. We keep saying money is a solution, and I have heard the chairman of this committee say definitively to all of us here that it's not more money that delivers a better education. But right now, we are paying for seats that the children are not in. So then what I would like to know for the parents in the district is there's going to be a reckoning for these parents that their children are getting a poor education. The proficiency in English language and proficiency in math, it is showing, is really low. And so these parents, their students are getting more money than we allot for them, than is honestly allotted for them. And yet the proficiency in these scores are so low. So the question is why? And that is fundamentally what we have to fix. But this bill does not address that. This is a keep the double funding, pretend it's not happening, lie to the taxpayer, because the taxpayer really is not getting an honest assessment on where their money is going. And there is a total lack of accountability for our education system. And I believe there's a real disservice to the students and the parents. So I just wanted to clarify that double funding is happening. It is real. It impacts 40,000 students who go to the magnet schools. 40,000 seats are being double funded, and that amounts to about $300 million. What could we be doing to improve education with the $300 million that is just stuck in this system and we're not looking to fix it? That is a legitimate question parents should be asking. So Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the second time.
Thank you, Representative Fiorello. Representative Welander,
If I might add a comment
Oh.
back into response to that, Mr. Chair.
Representative Curry.
Thank you. I think it's just important to point out when we start claiming that people are not being truthful or honest, I think we've crossed a line unless you can actually show receipts that that's actually happened. We have always been very open and honest about what the system is and what that we're building off of. So for someone to go out here and just simply say something that's going to maybe get you a few more Facebook likes is completely irresponsible for all parents, regardless of where they send their children. So I would just like to remind everyone listening and those on this committee that we are happy to sit down with anyone everywhere to have this conversation and to ensure that they understand what this means and what this doesn't mean for a number of districts that they may have never stepped foot in before. We come to the legislature with a number of different vantage points, and it's important that we take the time and opportunity to fully embrace and understand that which we do not know. And so I welcome anyone to take that opportunity to learn a little bit more about what is happening throughout our state. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, okay. Representative Welander, then we're gonna have to move this debate along, and I just want to sum it up with a couple words. Representative Welander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually would like to just echo, I think, some of the comments that Representative Curry just made, my colleague just made. And also just point out that we need to be, and again, I may be echoing earlier in previous days conversations with that Representative Curry made that, and a lot of us share, that we need to be very careful about the language that we use and that referring to schools as failing and equating all types of success with test scores. I think we are all here to have real, honest conversations. And even though we may, as I have concerns about many bills, maybe we may have concerns, we need to move forward with honesty. And I look forward to continuing these discussions. Thank you for your time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Welander. Representative McCarty.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And as we end the discussion on this bill, I would just like to bring back that we all need to be united. This is for our school children in the state. We have to work all together. We may have varying opinions, but I do find it necessary to say that I don't think the Department of Education, the Education Committee, and all those that are working to improve education for our students have never worked harder. And I have faith in that our students, with the appropriate resources in place, that they will have resilience, that we are improving not only the test scores, but the social emotional well-being of our students by all the good proposals that we see out here. I, for one, also align myself with the comments made earlier that the sending districts do have extra costs that need to be taken into account with special ed, with transportation. So I just want to clear that up. No one's trying to be dishonest in any way whatsoever. And it's why I'm particularly pleased to see in this proposal that there is a task force. And the task force is comprised of all the professionals that work with our children on a daily basis. And that task force will go into effect if this proposal, in whatever condition it ends up going forward. That task force will address many of the concerns that we heard today, and that we will be able to look at the funding sources and evaluation and have those voices at the table. So I just want to end this on a positive note, no matter how the committee votes, yes, up or down, that I hope we're all here for those reasons to do what is absolutely best for our children in the state of Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative McCarty. Thank you so much. Senator Berthel.
Yes, Mr. Chair, just for clarification, I appreciate this debate. I think this is important for us as leaders on the Education Committee. I do want to make one point, and I think that this is a very important piece of distinction here. And I'm going to speak for Representative Fiorello. I do not believe that she called any individual dishonest, okay? Let's be clear on that. I think she was referencing that the system may have some faults in it and that we are empowered and charged to address faults that are within the system. So, I just want to make sure that we're clear on that. I don't think anyone intends, despite how heated we can get, how passionate we are, we're all here for the same reason. We all believe on this committee. And I've said, Bobby, you know, I've said this 100 times in front of you, Doug, we are the best committee in the building. We have the most important job of any committee in this legislature. Forget appropriations, finance, judiciary, all of that. We are in charge of making sure that our children have the best opportunity, the next generation. So I just want to be on record of supporting that. What I could feel Representative Fierro's passion for what she was trying to bring out. I just want to make sure we're clear that she was not looking or intending to offend any individual. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Berthel. And I just wanted to add that this piece of legislation is going to be so important for everyone in the state of Connecticut. And I look at it for how important it will be for the city of New Britain. Constantly, we'll get administrators and teachers and parents ask me, when are we going to get the funding that we need to improve our schools in the city of New Britain? So, you know, comments were made that funding is not everything, and that's absolutely true. That's why this task force is going to be key in this legislation, so that when we provide the additional dollars to each one of these cities and towns, that it is going into the key areas where we need to improve. I hear constantly about the social and emotional aspect of what's going on in our schools. And so I would expect that with the ARPA funds that the school districts received presently, and many of them hired additional counselors and social workers, I would expect that that would continue in order to help our kids that are going through many, many issues that the pandemic absolutely brought on. So I am in full support of this legislation, and I hope that my colleagues vote yes on this legislation so we can move it onto the House floor. Senator McCrory.
Yes, thank you, sir. Well, I want to say that I've been on this committee for 16 years. And this is the most packed, one of the most, I'll say that, but one of the most impactful, emotional, stirring debates I heard since I've been elected office. And I'm glad we're having this conversation. It's so important. And everything I heard out of every person's mouth for the last 30 minutes, everything what everyone said was absolutely true on both sides. What Representative Curry was saying, it was factual. What Felipe was saying, factual. What Fiorello was saying is factual. What she is saying is actually true. Everything what everyone said was dead on. So why I say education, this committee is so important, because we can have these debates and intelligent debates, but at the end of the day, come to a solution. Now, in my comments, and Fiorello, I didn't hear you call anyone in person this time. Your reflection, she was talking about a system that is not right by her, the way she's seeing it. So I appreciate your argument, your passion for it, and you're willing to want to do something about it. My comments about now this bill. Last year, with Representative Kirk Campbell, I was an absolutely no, because there were so many holes that I don't know if they intentionally did not understand what was going on. Because as soon as I saw it, it was like I was an absolutely no. However, him and the other Felipe and his organization did mediations, and it got to a point they listened to everyone's concern, including mine, including all the other advocates.
And they got a piece of legislation, honestly, that I can wrap my hands around. I can actually support this legislation. I don't know exactly how much it's going to cost, but the idea of what they're trying to do makes sense. Is it the best tool? No. And I keep hearing money is not everything. You're absolutely right. It's not just money, but because it's not just money that can prove outcomes, we need accountability. Because the last thing you know, anybody knows, I'm not interested in spending more money into a system that doesn't work. And that's what we always done. So the one piece of this legislation that I like the most is the accountability task force.
Okay.
It's the accountability we're gonna have. We talk about being accountable to schools. We got accountability to resources. And we have an opportunity to speak to how we want those dollars spent. What areas of education we want to spend. And that's the good thing about this accountability task force. So process-wise, yes, we know this is supposed to go to appropriation immediately. But Gary and I, we all know this. If you do that, it's not gonna, they're at the end of their tunnel. They can't find another $300 million right now. So bringing it to the floor makes sense. It makes sense for so many reasons because it gives us the opportunity to clean up any other things that might be that we miss before it comes to the floor. I don't know what the price tag is, but I'll say this. This gives us an opportunity to have a robust discussion about how we fund schools, treat children the same, hold ourselves accountable. So I ask my colleagues to support the legislation. Let it go to the floor. Give us some time and clean up any things that are not there. Be respectful of each other like we have been, even though it's been a very passionate debate. Everyone says something that was absolutely right. And let's move this on. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McCrory. Mr. Clerk, roll call, please.
Representative Sanchez,
Yes.
Senator McCrory,
Yes.
Representative McCarty,
Representative McCarty votes yes.
Senator Berthel,
Senator Berthel votes no.
Representative Barry,
Representative Barry votes yes.
Senator Abrams, Representative Belinsky,
Representative Belinsky votes no.
Representative Callahan, Representative Candelaria,
Representative Candelaria votes yes.
Representative Carney,
Representative Carney votes no.
Ready.
Senator Champagne,
Senator Champagne votes no.
Representative Cook,
Representative Cook votes yes.
Representative Comey,
Representative Comey votes yes.
Representative Curry,
Representative Curry votes yes, and also wants to give a quick shout out and thank you to all the advocates who have helped us along the way. Thank you.
Representative Devlin, Representative Exum,
Representative Exum votes yes.
Senator Fazio,
Senator Fazio votes no.
Representative Felipe,
Representative Felipe votes yes.
Representative Fiorello,
Representative Fiorello votes no.
Senator Flexer, Representative Jenga,
Representative Jenga votes yes.
Representative Gibson, Representative Haynes, Representative Harding, Representative Johnson,
Representative Johnson votes yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes no today to flag.
Senator Kushner, Representative Leeper,
Representative Leeper votes yes.
Representative McGee,
Representative McGee votes yes.
Senator Miller,
Senator Miller votes yes.
Representative Napoli,
Representative Napoli votes yes.
Representative Nolan,
Of harm that
Rep. Nolan in the affirmative.
wanting to improve their health is one of
Representative Paris, Representative Parker, Representative Pettit, Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez is a yes.
Representative Smith,
Representative Smith votes yes.
Representative Beach,
Representative Beach votes no.
Representative Welander,
Representative Welander votes yes.
Senator Winfield,
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
that concludes the roll, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk, and of course, we'll keep the votes open.
Mr. Chair, this is Representative Gibson. Can I cast my vote?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ken,
Yes, I
I'd like to, this is Representative Gibson. I vote yes.
got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Next, we move to item number 8, SB number 232, an act concerning the excess cost grant for special education, JFS to approach, and I have LCO 3772. Motion,
So moved. Representative Johnson.
moved by Representative Johnson, second by Representative Candelaria. Representative McCarty?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll just make a quick comment and open it up. So I would prefer to see our special ed, the excess cost grant, fully funded. I just want to put that out there. We've been struggling for years to get this done. And so that's my opening comment. I will support the bill, the proposal today, although I still do have some questions going forward. I think it's important that we continue to do work to get this fully funded. And we need to also put a little pressure on our federal delegation to help us out here. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative McCarty. And as you alluded to about fully funding, you're absolutely correct. And I know that this bill does divide the towns into 3 groups and ranking them from, starting at 100% to 90% and 80%. And presently, if I'm not mistaken, about 68% is what is being supplied. And so it does make some improvement, but you're absolutely correct. We need to fully fund. And hopefully that'll be done moving forward. Representative Johnson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I just want to align my remarks with that of Representative McCarty and just say thank you to the committee for recognizing this ongoing problem with respect to fully funding our special education. And it's something I have been speaking with our federal representatives with as well. And this is something that's been going on since the 70s. And I don't think you want to hear me go ravel on about history on these things. But anyway, I'm just glad to see us move forward. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Johnson. Senator Berthel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I echo the comments that have already been made. I believe there are some of my colleagues that do have some additional concerns that they are not necessarily able to resolve today. So we cannot offer this for consent. But again, I echo and align associate my comments with those that have already been made. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Berthel. Representative Wieland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also just want to say how pleased I am to be having this discussion. And I think that we will need to revisit it in the future as more and more of our children are qualifying for special services and the costs are going up, and they are not costs that we can anticipate in school districts. And so that means that these are on the fly decisions that our boards of education and our schools need to be making that can have district-wide impacts. And so in order to really support all of our students, I hope that we do continue this conversation and we push for additional funding, both on the state and on the federal level. Thank you so much for this time.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no other hands up, Clerk, roll call, please.
Representative Sanchez,
Yes.
Senator McCory, Representative McCarty,
Representative McCarty votes yes.
Senator Berthel,
Senator Berthel votes yes.
Representative Barry, Senator Abrams, Representative Belinsky,
Representative Belinsky votes yes.
Representative Callahan, Representative Candelaria,
Candelaria votes yes.
Representative Carney,
Representative Carney votes no.
Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't see you, Senator. Could you cast your vote again?
Senator Champagne votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Cook,
Representative Cook votes yes.
Representative Comey,
Representative Comey votes yes.
Representative Curry,
Representative Curry votes yes.
Representative Devlin, Representative Exum,
Representative Exum votes yes.
Senator Fazio,
Senator Fazio votes no.
Representative Felipe,
Representative Felipe votes yes.
Representative Fiorello,
Representative Fiorello votes no.
Senator Flexer, Representative Jenga,
Representative Jenga votes yes.
Representative Gibson,
Representative Gibson votes yes.
Representative Haynes, Representative Harding, Representative Johnson,
Representative Johnson votes yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Senator Kushner, Representative Leeper,
Representative Leeper votes yes.
Representative McGee,
Representative McGee votes yes.
Senator Miller,
Senator Miller votes yes.
Representative Napoli,
Representative Napoli votes yes.
Representative Nolan,
Representative Nolan votes in the affirmative.
Representative Harris, Representative Parker, Representative Pettit, Representative Sanchez, Representative Smith, Representative Beach,
Representative Beach votes yes.
Representative Welander,
Representative Welander votes yes.
Senator Winfield,
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Is there
Ken,
anybody?
Did you get my vote?
I did not.
Okay. Senator McCory votes yes.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that got on just now that would like to vote on this bill? Okay, so moving on to item number 9, HB number 5284, an act concerning the funding of Unified School District Number 1, LCO 1836, JF to the floor. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Moved by Senator McQuarrie, second by Representative McCarty. Representative McCarty?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And this bill primarily is a study looking at the Department of Correction and comparing funding levels for the Unified District 1. So it is a study. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative McCarty, and you're absolutely correct. It is a study because there are some concerns. And so we're hoping that when this bill comes, if it moves more forward, that those concerns will be addressed in the next session. Senator Berthel.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would offer this item for consent without objection.
Is there no objection for it to go on consent? Okay, thank you, Senator Berthel. Moving on. Item number 10, HB number 5038, an act implementing the governor's budget recommendations concerning education. That's LCO 3957, JFS to appropriates. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Moved by Senator McQuarrie and second by Representative Nolan.
Yes, sir.
Okay, any Representative McCarty?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I won't make too many comments, leave it open for my colleagues. I do want to just point out that there's a section that talks about graduated alliance districts in the governor's proposal. And if, I'm not sure who would like to answer it, but I think it's important just to cover that topic so that everyone can understand what do we mean by a graduated alliance district and how is that impacted in the governor's bill. I would go on to say, as we do move forward with these numerous bills, that we will have to reconcile all of the differences with the ECS funding going forward. There are a lot of, in the governor's bill, there are a number of technical changes that talk about the tech ed schools. Some of this is conforming with language that I have seen before. I believe those are all good additions. A piece that I know there was a lot of discussion around was the FAFSA completion form. And I think this, to the governor's bill, while we're still asking the high school students to complete the FAFSA forms, there is an exemption and an opt out of it. And it takes away the language that prior to this substitute language said that the student had to complete it to graduate. We took the high school graduation requirement out of the bill. Those are some initial comments. I believe also there will be a study of the tech classes looking at the relationship between admission scores and performance going forward, or was that part? No, that part I believe was repealed. If I'm not, if you could just answer that. I think that was repealed. But those are the main points.
Thank you, Representative. Yeah, you're absolutely right in regards to the FAFSA. You know, that requirement was taken out. In regards to the alliance, I would defer to, was repealed, I
Yeah.
believe.
I correct myself. That part was repealed, but I do think as we go forward, I'm very impressed, I have to say, with the tech schools and what our students in the tech schools are performing and doing well. So I don't think we need that study. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative McCarty. Senator Berthel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, I would associate my remarks with those of Representative McCarty, my ranking in the House. The only issue we come up against for some of our members are concerned about the fiscal note on this. And I do know that this is being JFS to appropriations, which is great. So I think you'll see some no votes, some flags today just for consideration of what the overall expense will be. There's some great ideas in here regarding all of what we've just talked about and what we've all seen and read in the bill. But I will be flagging this today just to, I want to see what the exposure will be in terms of the cost of doing some of this. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Berthel. Representative McCarty.
I'm sorry to delay it all, but on the graduated alliance districts, I had asked, but I think it creates that new category because some of these districts were just graduated. Their performance takes them out of being an alliance district. So we give them some consideration on the ECS or on their, on their grants moving forward. So just for clarification on what a graduated alliance district actually is. So thank you.
Senator McCarty or
Hold on.
or LCL Chris Cordima, can you answer that?
Yeah. So in the bill, I'm just looking at it now. A graduated alliance district is defined as a school district for a town that was previously designated as an alliance district during the FY 13 to 17 years, or the fiscal years 18 to 22, and then on and after July 1, 2022 is no longer among the towns with the 33 lowest accountability index scores, which is the metric by which they determine who's in alliance district. And so when you get the privilege of being an alliance district, what happens is, let me, as I just scroll down here, or it begins a phase out period where in FY23, you will have of your alliance district, the portion of your alliance district funds withheld. You'll have the same amount withheld as the prior fiscal year. In FY24, it looks like it's 75%. You get that. So, or excuse me, the commission will withhold 75% of those funds. In FY25, it looks like it goes down to 50%. FY26, 25%. And then FY27, the commissioner is not going to withhold any more alliance district funds. And it looks like they graduate, pun intended, from the program.
Thank you, Chris. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to reiterate what was said earlier on our meetings, because it seems like we started hours and hours ago, that a no vote today doesn't mean that someone's not supportive of the bill, that we just have some questions. And I'm speaking, I shouldn't say we or me, I'm just speaking to myself, that I still need questions answered. There's fiscal notes we're not clear on, and there just maybe some language that just needs to be clarified. Some of these are a work in progress, and I look forward to that work being done and seeing when it comes to the floor. So I just wanted to just say that a no vote doesn't mean it's a lack of support. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Kennedy. Representative Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And following up on the comments of the good ranking member with regards to the alliance proposal and the graduation of districts, I'm hoping that as this moves forward, we can continue to have the conversation that it might be in the best interest to maybe press pause on any changes to the alliance program, whether that's graduating folks out, bringing new folks in, and really kind of taking a step back to see if the system that was once created with a handful of districts is truly doing the work that it needs to get done, and if there's a better path forward for a number of those districts or the designation in which they receive. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for those comments, Representative Curry. Okay, seeing no other hands raised, Mr. Clerk, roll call, please.
Representative Sanchez,
Yes.
Senator McCory,
Senator McCory is a yes. Did you get that?
got it.
All right, you got it that time. Good job, big guy.
Representative McCarty,
Representative McCarty votes yes.
Senator Berthel,
Senator Berthel votes no.
Representative Barry,
Representative Barry votes yes.
Senator Abrams, Representative Belinsky,
Representative Belinsky votes yes.
Representative Callahan,
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Representative Candelaria, Representative Carney,
Representative Carney votes no.
Senator Champagne,
Senator Champagne votes no.
Representative Cook,
Representative Cook votes yes.
Representative Comey,
Representative Comey votes yes.
Representative Curry,
Representative Curry votes yes.
Representative Devlin, Representative Exum,
Representative Exum votes yes.
Senator Fazio,
Senator Fazio votes no.
Representative Felipe,
Representative Felipe votes yes.
Representative Fiorello,
Representative Fiorello votes no.
Senator Flexer, Representative Jenga,
Representative Jenga votes yes.
Representative Gibson,
Representative Gibson votes yes.
gotcha. Representative Haynes, Representative Harding, Representative Johnson,
Representative Johnson votes yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes no.
Senator Kushner, Representative Leeper,
Representative Leeper votes yes.
Representative McGee,
Representative McGee votes yes.
Senator Miller,
Senator Miller votes yes.
sorry, I didn't see you, Senator. Senator Miller,
Hold on, I'm coming.
okay, thank you.
Senator Miller votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Napoli,
Representative Napoli votes yes.
Representative Nolan,
Representative Nolan in the affirmative.
Representative Harris, Representative Parker, Representative Pettit, Representative Sanchez, Representative Smith,
Representative Smith votes yes.
Representative Beach,
Representative Beach votes no.
Representative Wheelander,
Representative Wheelander votes yes.
Senator Winfield, all right, that concludes the roll, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. And like I stated before, the votes will stay open. We'll let you know exactly for how long. Next, we have, let's see if I got this correct, SB number 11, SB number 273, an act concerning teacher certification, and that is JFS to approps and LCO 3864. Do I have a motion? Moved by Representative McCarty, second by Senator McQuarrie. I'm glad this is moving forward because it requires SDE to review the teacher certification statutes and regs and report recommendations to the Ed Committee about any obsolete provisions and requirements that create a barrier in teacher recruitment and retention. We've heard from individuals that have come to testify that sometimes there's things that really do not help with the recruitment of teachers in our school systems. And so this is not to overlook quality, because we always want quality in our schools and teachers. So I just would hope that people would vote this out of committee and and of course, it's going to appropriates anyway. So there'll be more discussions in appropriates. Senator Berthel.
Mr. Chair, I am happy to offer this for consent if there is no further discussion.
Thank you, Senator Berthel. Before I move on, Representative McCarty would like to make a comment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just for clarification, number one, I think it's a good idea that SDE look at teacher certification. As you pointed out, we really have to recruit more teachers and retain them. So I am very pleased to see that in the proposal. I just wanted for clarification, there is in the second part of the bill discussion on awarding a career and technical pathways instructor permit. And just want to make clear that this proposal in no way means to take away from any teachers' positions, that it would be adding to it. I am going to vote yes. It's going to go on to consent, but I hope as we go forward that we look at that and we want to increase the workforce, but I want to just watch that, and that there's a piece to it that I think needs to be stated also, that those individuals would not qualify for the teacher retirement board piece. So they would be coming additionally into the school, be vetted to help out in those areas where we may have some shortages and trying to increase the workforce. So I will be happy to put this on consent, but would like to keep monitoring. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Representative McCarty, and you're absolutely correct. So I know that in the city of New Britain, they do have a manufacturing center, and they do call in these individuals to come in that have that experience in manufacturing, but don't necessarily have a teacher certification. But they are also offered the opportunity to continue to get courses and to move towards certification if they want to. We'll definitely be continuing to work on this. Are there any other comments? Okay, and I know that Senator Berthel said if we can entertain this on consent, if we have no, we're okay. Okay, great. So let's move on to the next one. Number 12, HB number 5321, an act implementing certain recommendations to the School Paraeducator Advisory Council. That's LCO 4011, JFS 2 appropriates. Do I have a motion?
So move. Seconded.
Moved by Senator McQuarrie and second by Representative Genja. Any comments or questions? Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I know this is not in the bill. We did hear from a lot of our paraeducators, but as we again move forward and we're looking to our districts to do more, we're going to have a next bill coming up in a minute to take away from professional development. But I do think our paraeducators may have been left out in some of these areas in the past. I would just hope that we could give flexibility to our districts. For instance, we're doing a lot of work around the social emotional learning and professional development, and many districts are doing that. So I would hope there would be flexibility to allow, rather than have a whole separate professional development for the paraeducators, if that's in agreement with the districts, that they would have that flexibility to talk to the paraeducators and maybe allow them on different areas that may be repetitive, so that would save some costs there. So that was one comment I did want to make. I think we did take the reading survey piece that was originally in the bill. We took that out. And then to have the paras invited into the IEP plans, I think is important. These are individuals that are working on a daily basis with our students and with our special ed students, but to be careful, those plans stay there because we need to protect the privacy of our students. So while they'll be encouraged to attend, that information stays at the door, so to speak, if that's correct. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative McCarty. You're absolutely correct. I know that was one of the pieces where parents were asking for a copy of the IEP, but they cannot receive a copy. That was taken out. They can see the IEP and be part of the process, but they absolutely would not be able to keep that. Those are confidential records. Representative Nolan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was actually going to speak in regards to what Representative McCarthy just talked about. So thank you, Representative McCarthy, for bringing that forward. I believe it's really time for us to start treating our paraprofessionals or paraeducators in a way where they understand that we have respect for them. And it has been said over and over in time that respect and dignity is something that we like ourselves to have and see. And I believe that we should be able to display it and show it in a way that they understand that we believe that they are very important to us and actually essential to us in our school districts. And it's time that we show that. So with what little I believe they are asking for, I think we should make sure that we use extra effort in regards to making sure that we can help them in the ways that they're asking, or at least make some changes that if it's going to be if it's going to continue as is, then we need to make some changes that even might be a little uncomfortable for us to make sure that they understand how valuable they are. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Nolan. Absolutely correct. I've heard from so many paras. They're underpaid. They don't even qualify for health insurance so it's concerning. And many of these paraprofessionals are relied on, particularly in special education, special ed classrooms, to supervise these children while the teacher has to attend an IEP. So absolutely, I hope that this bill moving forward will address those issues and concerns that the para educators have. Senator Berthel.
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to offer this bill for consent.
Thank you, Senator Berthel. Is there no objection? Thank you, Senator Berthel. We'll move that to consent. Moving down to item number 13, HB number 5323, an act establishing a working group to examine ways to consolidate or eliminate certain professional development and in-service training requirements for educators, LCO 2620. JF to the floor. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Representative McCarty, second by Senator McQuarrie. Any comments? Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Some of the comments that had been made prior were that we had a working group of this sort established in the past, but we're giving another chance now to come back and to look. I hope all these professional development we've just been doing are not undone, but I think it will give this group and those that are really doing the work an opportunity to tell us, similar to what the Department of Education will be doing with certification, to be able to look at professional development and find in some of the other areas of meeting requirements, what's obsolete, what do we absolutely have to do, and where can we give more flexibility to our districts. So I'm favorable, and I hope they will come back with some recommendations for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative McCarty. Absolutely. I agree with you. Senator Berthel.
Chair, I am happy to offer this for consent without objection.
Thank you, Senator Berthel. Is there any objection? Seeing none, we're going to move on to the next one. SB number 14, SB number 429, an act concerning authorization of state grant commitments for school building projects and revision to the school building project statutes. And that is JFS to finance. And I'm looking for the LCO, I'm sorry. 4053? I believe it's LCO 4053.
4035.
4035, I'm sorry, 4035. Motion
So move.
moved by Senator McQuarrie and second by Representative Nolan.
Oh, no, you know what? I'm sorry, Representative. It is actually 4053. The previous one was 4035, but the updated one is 4053. My apologies.
Okay, so it was 4053. Okay.
Yes, you were correct. I was wrong this time.
Okay. Do we have to withdraw the motion or are we okay?
No, I think we're cool.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any comments? Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is our regular reauthorization, our 9 school projects this year. On this proposal, there was some new, and I know you were very instrumental in looking at the placing a window as we go forward in the construction. However, if you could just clarify for all of our purpose that it will go to that particular piece of the construction grants going forward. It will take the committee they'll look at that in the Security Council to see if that's a feasibility, if they can. But just for clarification, that is just moving forward, but they will have to look and approve that because, as you know, there could be issues with we've talked about on different levels of buildings, where the access might be. There's all kinds of variables. So before, I just like clarification in the bill that it will go to the School Safety Infrastructure Council for review and to determine, because I appreciate you very much and looking for safety, as many safety measures as you can, but we want to be careful that it's actually doing what you intend for it to do. And then I'll make one more.
Yeah. Thank you, Representative McCarty. Absolutely correct. It will go to the School Safety Council. There have been concerns. Unfortunately, we all know that there have been active shooters throughout the country when it comes to the safety of children. And we have seen reports where teachers and personnel had to escape through windows. Some of the school construction projects that are moving forward may not have that ability to open a window or to escape. So this will, they'll take into consideration. And of course, there's also that thought about what happens if you have a window on a second floor, on a third floor, how safe is that going to be? So everything will be taken into consideration because at the end, we are the Education Committee and we want the best and we want all the safety measures in there for our children. And I know you have another comment.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. And then just for clarity again, this proposal now makes the magnet school operators eligible for the school construction grants. In the past, I believe it was a may, and that is now being moved to they shall be eligible. And then just in some of the substitute language that the applicant must provide by some of the state set aside law for small contractors and for minority business enterprises. They must set aside a portion of the project for that. And what happens if they do not comply?
So I can speak to that. Bobby. Yeah, so what we're doing is trying to incentivize communities who are building state dollars, who are building schools. What we found in the fiasco the last couple of weeks around school construction, what we found though is a huge disparity in regards to equity and opportunities when building schools across the state of Connecticut. We found that over the last I believe 7 years, we spent about $5 billion on new school construction. But there was an extreme lack of opportunity and with the diversity inclusion. Basically, I'm just be honest, all the schools were built by white male companies. So what we're trying to do is incentivize school districts to open up the doors of opportunities for those people who have never gotten opportunities to work on these projects by incentivizing them by increasing their reimbursement rate from the state. If you exceed your 25% or 25%, which is basically 6.25% for minorities, which include all women and ethnic minorities. If you increase that percentage rate by 5%, your reimbursement rate from the state will be higher. Also, unfortunately, we have found that there are some communities that have not even reached the 6.25% rate. If you don't meet your rate like you're supposed to by what state law says, then your reimbursement rate will be reduced by 5%. So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to put legislation in place that we provide opportunities for people who have not gotten opportunities in the past.
Representative McCarty?
No, thank you very much. That was good clarification.
Thank you. Senator Berthel?
Good news, Mr. Chair. I think we can offer this up for consent as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Berthel. No objection. Okay, moving on. Next is number 15 on the agenda. An act implementing the recommendations of the Department of Administrative Services related to school construction. JFS to the floor, and I'm looking for the LCO number. 4037. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chris. 4037.
You're correct, 4037.
Okay. Motion? Moved by Representative McCarty. Is there a second?
Second, Nolan.
Second by Representative Nolan. Any discussion? On 428, Representative McCarty.
No, I just very quickly, I know, I believe that this proposal is adding more transparency to the DAS projects. I particularly noted that the non-priority list projects going forward will also be listed with our school priority list. Is that correct?
That is correct, Representative.
Okay, thank you very much.
Senator Berthel.
Mr. Chair, I'll offer this for consent without objection.
Thank you, Senator Berthel. No objection to consent? Good. We'll move on to the next bill. Thank you. Item number 16, HB number 5466, an act concerning assorted revisions and additions to the education statutes, LCO 4010, JFS to approps. Do I have a motion? Moved by Representative McCarty. Is there a second? Second by Representative Welander. Any comments? Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. There are 5 sections to the bill. Some of the changes were for the SD will just report back on what is meant by a recovery school rather than a feasibility study. It removes some language on legislative appointments to the State Board of Ed, and it allows the special ed task force to have another year. We think that's important given the discussion we've had around special education. Another piece of the bill establishes a working group to study throat guard effectiveness in preventing neck injuries to interscholastic, intramural, and youth ice hockey athletes. We think that's very important. And I just wanted to allay some of the fears on the funding process for the endowed school or academies. That's not meant to harm any of the endowed academies in any way, just looking at a study, but I wanted that to be on the record. And then to allow parents to access, to know what their child's class rank is if they so request it. I think I covered most of the pieces, but I think my colleague will say something.
You did, Representative McCarty, you covered it very well. Thank you so much. Senator Berthel.
We're getting into a pattern here. We're almost done. I'll offer this for consent, Mr. Chair, without objection.
Thank you. There are no objections. Great. Moving on to number 17. SB number 427, an act concerning various revisions and additions to the education statutes. And I have LCO 4021, JFS to approps. Do I have a motion? Do I have a motion?
So move.
Moved by Senator McQuarrie.
Second.
And second by Representative Curry. Senator Berthel.
Oh, I was going to offer this for consent as well if there was no further discussion or objection, Mr. Chair.
Do we have any further? No further discussions or objections. Great. Thank you, Senator Berthel. So now we're going to go down to the referred bills. Item number, that's number 4, that's HB number 5239, an act concerning accommodations for English language learners.
So moved, Mr. Speaker.
That's
I mean,
JF to the,
Mr. I'm sorry.
that's
So moved.
JF to the floor. JF to the floor, and I don't see an LCL. Do you have an LCL?
I don't have it on mine at all, no.
It's okay if you don't have one because it's a JF.
Oh, LCL 1529, JF to the floor.
I'm sorry. I so moved, Mr. Chairman.
Moved by Representative Johnson and second by Representative Welander. And Senator Berthel.
Yes, Mr. Chair, my little hand icon was getting confused for a moment. I believe we can put this on the consent calendar if there's no discussion or objection.
We have a comment by Representative McCarty.
Already then.
Thank you very much. And I don't disagree to go on consent, but given that we just received it and I have not had a chance to really go through and review, I do know that we have a great need. We have many, many more ELL students and we have to provide with accommodation. So I will agree for consent today, but I'd like to learn a little more about the bill going forward.
Thank you, Representative McCarty. And to Senator Berthel's remark earlier, any objection to this going on consent? Seeing none, we will move that one to consent. So that's all. We'll have to call in, Mr. Clerk, we're going to call the consent calendar and have a roll call.
Yes, consent calendar, Senate Bill 274, LCO 3943, JFS to the floor. House Bill 5279, LCO 3982, JFS to the floor. Senate Bill 231, LCO 3941, JFS to approps. House Bill 5284, LCO 1836, JF to the floor. Senate Bill 273, LCO 3864, JF to approps. House Bill 5321, LCO 4011, JF to approps. House Bill 5323, LCO 2620, JF to the floor. Senate Bill 429, LCO 4053, JFS to finance. Senate Bill 428, LCO 4037, JFS to the floor. House Bill 5466, LCO 4010, JFS to approps. Senate Bill 427, LCO number 4021, JFS to approps. And House Bill 5239, JF to the floor. Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Senator McQuarrie.
Senator McQuarrie votes yes. Did you get me, Ken?
Gotcha.
My man.
Representative McCarty,
Representative McCarty votes yes.
Senator Berthel,
Senator Bertel votes yes.
Representative Barry,
Representative Barry votes yes.
Senator Abrams, Representative Belinsky,
Representative Belinsky votes yes, 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 yes.
Representative Callahan,
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Representative Candelaria,
Representative Candelaria votes yes.
Representative Carney,
Representative Carney votes yes.
Senator Champagne,
Senator Champagne votes yes.
Representative Cook,
Representative Cook votes yes.
Representative Comey,
Representative Comey votes yes.
Representative Curry,
Representative Curry votes yes.
Representative Devlin, Representative Exum,
Representative Exum votes yes.
Senator Fazio,
Senator Fazio votes yes.
Representative Felipe,
Representative Felipe votes yes.
Representative Fiorello,
Representative Fiorello votes yes.
Senator Flexer, Representative Jenga,
Representative Jenga votes yes.
Representative Gibson,
Representative Gibson votes yes.
Representative Haynes, Representative Harding,
Representative McCarty, I thought voted, but I vote yes.
Harding, Representative Harding, Representative Johnson,
Representative Johnson votes yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Senator Kushner, Representative Leeper,
Representative Leeper votes yes.
Representative McGee,
Representative McGee votes yes.
Senator Miller,
I'm here. I'm just trying to get my video on. Senator Miller votes yes.
thank you, Senator. Representative Napoli,
Representative Napoli votes yes.
Representative Nolan,
Representative Nolan in the affirmative.
Representative Paris, Representative Parker, Representative Pettit, Representative Sanchez, Representative Smith,
Representative Smith votes yes.
Representative Beach,
Representative Beach votes yes.
Representative Welander,
Representative Welander votes yes.
Senator Winfield, That
Okay,
concludes the roll, Mr. Chair.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We will keep the votes open because some of our colleagues are at other meetings. So we'll keep the votes open till 4:30. That'll give us about an hour and a half. But before we leave, I'd like to thank, of course, this being our last meeting, hallelujah. Um, I'd like to thank all of you for your great work on this committee. And also, I would like to thank our staff, our LCO, Chris Cordima. I'd like to thank John Moran, Mary Beth, and everyone that has done a wonderful job working with us and sometimes putting up with us with our debates and going back and forth. But I definitely have to thank them all. And of course, I strongly believe that every member on this committee has their complete heart towards making sure that our kids have the best education throughout the state of Connecticut. And I thank you all for the work that you do and for your support. Senator McCrory, are you on? There you are, Senator McCrory. Any words?
Oh, listen, I always say this is the best committee in the General Assembly. And not only the best committee, we have the best staff and we work very well together. Even though we have new clerk, I think we got we iron our things out early. And I'm looking forward to continuing to work with you guys as we continue to set good policies for our children. I appreciate all your work, honesty, and your conversations on this committee. And again, thank you all for being a part of it.
Thank you, Senator McCrory. And I just want to again add to being one of the most bipartisan committees, I believe, here at the Capitol. And we work very well together. And we have some fabulous ranking members. I thank them for their support. And there's sometimes we're not going to agree on things, but we agree to disagree and we move on. And so I believe we're a really special committee, and I thank every one of you. Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you. You said it very well. I too would like to add my remarks that I think we have established a very positive culture working together. And I want to thank the leadership for including all of us in the discussions on an ongoing basis. It's really very much appreciated because I know we all work here for what's in the best interest of our students going forward, all of our students in the state. And I too would like to thank the staff, if I may, LCO, OFA, everyone that has worked. You'd never know that we were in a midterm budget at this stage. We've done a lot of work, a lot of proposals have come out. I'd like to wish Ken the best going forward. I know it was a lot learning during this short session, but to you and the chairs, really, thank you for creating a truly bipartisan committee. And it's one of the greatest pleasures I've had is working with everyone, all of our committee members. And thank you very much. I wish everyone the best as we continue to go forward.
Thank you, Representative McCarty. Senator Berthel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will not repeat all of the pleasantries that have already been extended. The one group that we forgot is the rest of the committee. Thank you all for your service on this committee. We all come from different parts of Connecticut. I think we have such a great representation of all four corners and all the different viewpoints from our big cities to our smallest rural towns. And it's really a pleasure to serve on this committee with what we have stated many times before is the best committee in the building. We demonstrated today that we can absolutely not agree with each other on issues. We can do that. That's okay. We're supposed to do that. If we agreed on everything, this would be the most boring job in the world. So thank you to the committee members for your compassion, your commitment to wanting to provide the future of Connecticut, from the littlest of those kids to those kids that in 6 weeks will be getting a high school diploma, crossing the stage, for us providing them with the best opportunity through our work here in the best committee in the Connecticut General Assembly. Thanks, Bobby.
Thank you, Senator Berthel. And Ken, thank you. I know you came in, later than and had to dig in right away, because we can put a lot of work on you, and it's not just me, it's all of us. But thank you for your work, and thank you, everyone. And again, we'll keep the votes open until 4:30. Thank you. Take care.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hey, Ken, it's Representative Cook. Are you staying on so we can vote?
Yes, I'll be here so everyone can vote who missed votes. I don't have you missing any votes, actually, Representative Cook.
I'm all good? I could have sworn I missed one.
No, no.
It's that telepathy pair.
Well, it's because I'm going between public health and education. So if I didn't miss them in education, then I must have missed them in public health. So thanks, everybody. Have a great weekend.
You too.
All right, Representative Smith, you missed one vote. Senate Bill 232.
Can you hear me, Ken?
Yep, I can hear you.
Yeah, somebody told me I missed. I said, because I say yes, and I look at you and you seem to write something down. And then I was second guessing all of them because I was afraid that there was something I missed. I vote, Smith votes yes on Senate Bill 232. That's it.
That's it.
Thanks, Ken. Thanks, everyone. Have a good weekend.
Take care. All right, Representative Candelara, you missed one. 5038.
50. Let me see what 5038. Give me 1 second. 38. Not confirmed. Question. Yep. I vote yes.
All right, you're all set.
Kenny,
Hi.
Ken,
You didn't miss any votes, Representative Jenko.
what?
You didn't miss any votes. You're here for all of them.
How big was the consent calendar?
It was, well,
Maybe that's-
when I was
maybe
reading it
that's-
off, it seemed like it was forever. It was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 bills.
That's why. Okay. It was funny because at one time, just for your edification, both my names were coming up in the committee, and I'm listening on the two devices. Thank God there was about 15 seconds delay between it because I didn't know which one I was going to vote for because you can't keep them both on at the same time. It's unbelievable that I didn't miss any votes. Well, I guess I missed a lot of other things. It took a long time. Okay, Kenny, thank you.
You're welcome. Take care.
Thanks. Appreciate your help.
Thank you. Hey, Representative Berry. Let's see. Oh, you missed one. Senate Bill 232.
Rep Berry votes yes. Thanks, Ken.
You're welcome. Take care.
Have a great weekend.
Thank you, too. All right, Representative Gibson. You didn't miss any votes.
Thank you, Ken. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Take care.
Have a great weekend. Take care now.
All right, Representative Sanchez.
Sir.
So first one's 5465.
Let me just pull up my list. Okay. Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Senate Bill 232.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
House Bill 5038.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
And then the consent calendar. Do you want me to list them all off? There's like,
No, you do not.
okay.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Have a good one.
Thank you, too.
Hey, Ken?
Yes, hi.
I just want to make sure. I don't think I missed votes.
No, you didn't miss a single vote.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Have a nice weekend.
You too.
But we hires you. This board hires, supervise you, and
exactly your sister, that this is just one way to make middle school a little easier. And God forbid, I shouldn't say God forbid, but elementary school, you're one of the younger ones.
Hi,
And it's
Seth.
not just black girls, but you're right, black girl.
Hi, I'm here to vote.
Yes. So I have. Second. House Bill 5465. That's an act increasing early childhood educator salaries and expanding child care opportunities for families.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
All right. And SB 1, an act concerning childhood mental and physical health services in schools.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Senate Bill 229, an act concerning the charter school approval process.
Senator Kushner votes no.
All right, House Bill 5283. An act concerning the education cost sharing grant formula and the funding of other education programs.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
All right, Senate Bill 232. An act concerning the excess cost grant for special education.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
House Bill 5038, an act implementing the governor's budget recommendations concerning education.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Okay. And then we had a pretty lengthy consent calendar. I'll just review the bills that were on consent.
You want to just read off? Yeah, if you just want to read the numbers off, I'm familiar with them.
Okay, perfect. Senate Bill 274, House Bill 5279, Senate Bill 231, House Bill 5284, Senate Bill 273, House Bill 5321, House Bill 5323, Senate Bill 429, Senate Bill 428, House Bill 5466, Senate Bill 427, House Bill 5239.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
All right. Thank you, Senator. That's it.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
Hey, Ken, you ready for me?
Sure, no problem. Let's see. So first, we missed SB 1, an act concerning childhood mental physical health services in schools.
Yep, I'm a no. And I believe I missed 5283.
Well, the next one you missed was 229.
Yep, 229. I know that one. I'm a negative as well.
Okay. Yeah, and then you missed 5283 as well. Yep.
Negative on that.
And then the last one you missed was 232.
I'm okay on that one. That's a yes.
All right. Thank you.
Sorry, Ken. I've been all over. The governor was in my district today, so I've been bouncing all over the place.
No
Hello,
problem.
Irene.
Hi, guys. How are you? Am I
Thanks
last
for
on
your-
the list?
Yeah, I think you are. Thanks for your indulgence, Ken. Irene, have a good weekend. Ken, have a good
Thank
weekend.
you, Pat. You too. Good to see you.
Bye-bye. Good.
Hey, Representative Haynes.
Hi, Ken. How are you?
Good, and you?
I'm good. I'm good.
Okay, so the first one is House Bill 5465. Enacting,
No?
okay. All right, SB 1.
Yes?
Senate Bill 229.
Yes on that one?
House Bill 5283.
5283, I'm a no.
Senate Bill 232.
Yes.
House Bill 5038.
Yeah, give me 1 second on that one.
Sure.
I remember on this one.
That's an act implementing the governor's budget recommendations concerning education.
Right, I know. I wanted to ask a question on this one, but that's all right. I'm a go. I'm a yes.
And then the last is the consent calendar.
Mhm.
That's SB 274, House Bill 5279, Senate Bill 2.
Yeah, you don't have to go through them all.
Okay, thank you.
All
Yeah,
right.
it's a lengthy list there.
I know it is. It ended up becoming a very lengthy list, but I was there for what we wanted to put on consent, so I was good with it.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Ken. Really appreciate your
welcome.
work this session. Thanks a
Thank
lot.
you. Thank you. Take care.
Hey, Ken.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing well. Sorry about that. It's been a crazy work day and also public hearings for a probe. So just want to get on to vote.
Yes, absolutely. So the first one you missed was 5465. That's an act increasing early childhood educator salaries and expanding child care opportunities.
Yes, Representative Paris votes in the affirmative.
Then SB1, an act concerning childhood mental and physical health services in schools.
Yes, Representative Paris votes in the affirmative.
Senate Bill 229, an act concerning the charter school approval process.
Representative Paris votes yes.
All right, House Bill 5283, an act concerning the education cost sharing grant formula and the funding of other educational programs.
Representative Paris votes yes.
Senate Bill 232, that's an act concerning the excess cost grant for special education.
Representative Paris votes yes.
Then House Bill 5038, an act implementing the governor's budget recommendations concerning education.
Representative Paris votes yes.
And the last thing we had was a pretty lengthy consent calendar. Did you want me to read them all off to you, or?
I did get that last part, but I had to jump out before my name was called to vote.
Yeah, sure. So it was a
sorry, my apologies. Go ahead, Ken.
yeah, it's a consent calendar. It's Senate Bill 274, House Bill 5279, Senate Bill 231, House Bill 5284, Senate Bill 273, House Bill 5321, House Bill 5323, Senate Bill 429, Senate Bill 428, House Bill 5466, Senate Bill 427, and House Bill 5239.
Representative Paris votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
All right, take care.
You too.
Hello, Mr. Ken.
Hey, how are you, Representative Pettit?
Good. Of course, I had to be out in a day when we have like a zillion bills, like all complicated.
Yeah, we did. We had a number of them. So the first one was the first one on the agenda. It's 5465, an act increasing the early childhood educator salaries and expanding childcare opportunities for families.
Yeah, and make sure I have all my notes are straight. I'm a yes on 5465.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, next one is SB1, an act concerning childhood mental and physical health services in schools.
Yes, I am a yes on this one. This is the JFS to approach. So
yep.
See what approach has to say.
All right, SB 229. This is also a JFS to approach as well. That's an act concerning the charter school approval process.
Yeah, I'm gonna be a no on that until I see what approach has to say. Thank you.
Yep.
Maybe change depending what approach has to say.
Next one is House Bill 5283. That's an act concerning the education cost sharing grant formula and funding of other education programs. That's a JFS to the floor.
That's number 7.
That's number 7. Yep.
7. Yeah, that's a tough one. I'm worried about the agri-science programs, but I'm gonna be a yes on that and hope get some more information on the overall impact on the agri-science and some other programs. Thank you.
All right, Senate Bill 232. That's a JFS to approach, an act concerning the excess cost grant for special education.
Yeah, 232. I'm a yes on.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Then House Bill 5038. That's a JFS to approach. That is an act implementing the governor's budget recommendations concerning education.
I'm a no on 5038 until I see what approach does. Thank you.
All right, and then the last thing was a pretty lengthy consent calendar we had.
Yep.
That's
4, 5. Yeah, I'm a yes on 4. I'm a yes on 5. I'm a yes on 6.
so it's Senate Bill 274, House Bill 5279, Senate Bill 231, House Bill 5284, Senate Bill 273, House Bill 5321, House Bill 5323, Senate Bill 429, Senate Bill 428, House Bill 5466, Senate Bill 427, and House Bill 5239.
14 is JFS finance. 15 is JFS to the floor. School construction. Yeah. 16 is JFS to approach. 17 is I'm a yes on the consent. That actually worked out okay. I guess that's why they ran.
All right, that's it.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate the consideration. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Take care.
You too.
Hey, Ken, you there?
Yes, I'm here. Good to see
How
you.
are
Rep.
you?
Good.
Nice to see you too.
You're right.
I think you have me for the first three.
Yeah, yeah. I got them listed here. I start. So the first one you missed was 5283. That's an act concerning the education cost sharing grant formula and the funding of other educational programs. That was a JFS to the floor, LCO 4024.
So cast me as a no.
Okay. All right. The next one is Senate Bill 232, JFS to approves. LCO.
Yep, I'm familiar with that one. You can cast me as a yes.
Okay.
And then is the next one is 5038.
Exactly. Yep.
So you can mark me as a no.
Okay.
And then do we have 5239?
Then it's the consent calendar. So I think
That's 4, 5, 6, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
you know what, I just have the bill numbers marked. I don't have. So,
All right.
so it's 274, 5279, 231, 5284, 273, 5321, 5323, 429, 428, 5466, 427, 5239.
Oh, they went on consent. Okay, great.
All
Yeah,
consent.
I'm fine with that. Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're a yes?
Awesome. Yep, I am a yes.
Okay. All right, that's it.
Great. Well, thank you. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, you too.
Take care.
Bye.
Hey, Ken.
Hey, how are you?
Good. Thank you for the call. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem.
Just wrapped up something on public health.
All right, so House Bill 5465. It's an acting. Okay.
Yeah, I got the list in front of me too. So if you,
Okay, perfect. Okay.
that's
Thank
fine.
you.
Yeah, I know you got a lot. You got a lot on your plate right now.
All right. Then SB1,
Yes.
$229,
Yes.
$5283,
Yes.
$232,
Yes.
5038,
Yes.
and then there's the consent calendar.
Yep. I'm a yes to the consent.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Appreciate you. Have a good weekend.
Good, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi, Ken, are you available?
Yes, I'm here. One sec.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. So the first one was 5465.
Representative Harding votes yes.
And SB1.
Representative Harding votes yes.
Senate Bill 229.
Representative Harding votes yes.
House Bill 5283.
Representative Harding votes yes.
Senate Bill 232.
Spanish one. Representative Harding votes yes.
And House Bill 5038.
Representative Harding votes no.
And then the last thing to vote on was the consent calendar. Do you want me to list all those off for you?
No, it's fine. I could just vote. Representative Harding votes yes on the consent calendar for all of
Okay.
those.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Ken.
Have a good night.
You as well. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. How you doing, Senator?
I'm okay.
All right. So number one, 5465, that's an act increasing the early childhood educator salaries and expanding childcare opportunities for families.
Yes, and I don't know if you're allowed, but you could just read off the number without the whole title if you don't have to, because I'm a yes on everything. I've seen it.
Okay, no, thank you. No, save me some time. No, I don't have to. Okay. All right. Next is 229.
Yes.
Then 232.
Yes.
Then 5038.
Yes.
And then the consent calendar.
And yes.
Thank you very much.
Have a great weekend.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Bye.
Mr. Clerk?
Hey,
Hi, how are you?
good, Senator. How are you?
I'm good. I'm not sure if the rule applies. As long as you're in line to vote by 4:30, if your vote counts, so I'll get to that quickly if that's okay with you.
Yeah, absolutely. So SB 1,
Yes. Senator Flexer votes yes.
Senate Bill 229,
Senator Flexer votes no.
House Bill 5283,
Senator Flexer votes yes. Do I have to keep saying my name?
I don't think so, because I can see you.
I don't? Okay, because it seems kind of weird. Okay, good. Okay.
Senate Bill 232,
I would like to vote yes.
5038,
Yes.
and then the consent calendar.
Yes.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm sorry for messing up your meeting. I'm talking over someone. I thought,
Problem.
I thought she was done voting and I thought I came after her but I couldn't hear you. That was the problem. I couldn't hear any of the audio. So I was like watching the squares and trying to guess when it was my turn. And so anyway, I apologize for that.
With captioning. Okay, I noticed that. Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah. And then I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna not mess this up and just do it at the end. So sorry for keeping you stationary for all this time, but I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Have a good weekend.
All right. Thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
Bye.